they have. Like it's yeah, it is worse morally, but
I mean, I would push back and say that if you raise money under the conditions that it can be clawed back at any time,
Yeah.
then kind of the game you sign up for, right? So I would push back there a little bit and say, you
Yeah.
agree beforehand playing
Definitely.
this game, and then if
Definitely.
it happens, then
It's fair.
We can't argue this game. We can't argue this game based on morals. Like I wouldn't.
True.
no,
It's like
yeah.
show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome kind of thing. So I don't think he's like in the wrong for like spotting this opportunity and going for it, but it is definitely something that we will be solving for even the next raise, which is on Thursday. There'll be very clearly defined rules around when buybacks are possible and until what period they're not.
Yeah. What do you think could have been done?
A little bit too. It's up to the teams, right? As well. If someone a longer grace period at the cost of raising a bit less money,
yeah,
that's up to them, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what a fair market is, I guess. You set the stipulations and you have to like live or die by that, I guess. If you guys have to look back at this, like how could this have been avoidable? Have you guys had that conversation? Obviously, when it was trading significantly below the NAV here, I guess they could have been doing some buybacks to bring it closer to that area to make it less equitable for someone to come along and raise a proposal like this. Maybe have only a 10% upside, 20% upside if they did so, rather than a multiple hundred of percentage. Looking back in hindsight, like how does this get avoided? Do you have any answer? Because there was like a clear arbitrage opportunity here at this point when it was sub 0.001 or whatever it was, when the net asset value represents 0.003 or whatever it was. Is it a buyback? Is it like, because we're seeing MetaDAO try to do the buybacks, which have not really worked great, I would say, so far.
No. I mean I'm not the expert on this, but I really like the idea of some sort of vesting in the pre-sale stage as well, and that kind of biases it's kind of seats your cap table with more long-term holders. And then when your holders are more long-term, then you kind of reduce the risk of them pulling like a quick refund like this. But it all comes in the end of the day. It all comes at the cost of raising less money. So it's up to the founder, and up to the teams.
Yeah.
I think
Does that make sense?
I mean, just to be specific and build on what Darren just said, like we are built a vesting mechanism into our contract where you can basically signal and say, I'm willing to vest for longer to get a higher priority allocation to this raise. So if you like really fucking believe in something, you can signal that and say, all right, I'm willing to lock my tokens for 6 months because I really care about it, and you'll be first in line to get access to a raise. So in the pro rata division, you go first. And this is something that like mechanically should solve for that commitment issue. It's harder for like dark horse teams that like, don't have a ton of hype or backing, of course. So that's probably something they can leverage less. So I think that's like definitely one thing that'll help going forward. And second, I really do think like a grace period where investors just need to know, like, you can't do buybacks in like the first 3 to 6 months. Like I think at least you need that amount of time to like prove yourself. Yeah, I think it's those two things really come to mind.
That's actually really interesting. I think about venture capital rounds and Series A and how all this stuff works. These venture capitals aren't all getting the same price. It'd be even interesting to see if there's a mechanism in there to where, hey, I do 6 months of vesting, I get a 10% discount on price compared to the person that does no vesting, right? Or whatever that is. Is that like also part of this mechanism you guys have thought of, or not so much?
We thought of it, but it's essentially you run into the risk that upon ICO, the people that are not investing and therefore like don't have the allocation boost are essentially directly underwater when you launch. If you give the people with vesting some allocation boost, so it's a bit tricky, but we have looked into it. But right now we're doing it, like Adam said, priority based. So if you vest, you get priority allocation over the people that don't, and that way everyone still gets a fair flat entry price or a similar entry price, and you don't run into the risk of being essentially directly underwater with your investment.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, guys. These are all just growing pains, right? Like at some point we had to, I think, experience something like this to learn and grow. How are you guys thinking about that? Going through this, maybe a little unexpected, maybe kind of sucks taking a gut check here in the moment, but like, what does that mean for future of Start Off On?
I mean, there's like two sides of the perspective. Like on the one side, it's like incredibly interesting to see this mechanism at play, and we're looking at it like scientists are looking at like an experiment. And no, like seriously, like you're trying to take a very objective, like, okay, like what is going wrong here? Like what is going right? What rights should the investor have? What rights should the founder have? And then there's, of course, like we are founders ourselves, and we empathize deeply with the Fair Scale team and have like seen them push through hard times to like get through, and obviously want to see them make it through this, because a team getting like fully liquidated because a trader saw an arbitrage opportunity like 23 days after their raise completed is very bad for us and our ability to attract more founders, right? I think there's like a good chunk of founders that probably are passing on MetaDAO because like they don't want to have the risk of just getting liquidated like 3 weeks into building their company.
Yeah.
So we are thinking really deeply on like how to prevent this while still giving the investors rights that they deserve, but also making sure that founders actually have the time to like execute. Because
I think one of the schemes I proposed was that you can liquidate, but up to a certain amount. Right now we have the 100% option in there, which is like a full clawback.
Yeah.
And that's a bit tough if you, especially if you only have been building for a couple of weeks.
Oh yeah.
So maybe you do something that you can liquidate up to a certain amount of months of runway. And that's kind of also a bit more founder friendly because then you can at least ensure that when they raise with us, they can build for a couple months without the risk of being completely clawed back.
And it's ironic because me and Aaron were in Hong Kong last week for Consensus.
Nice.
Meeting a ton of like liquid funds, VCs, angels, like the whole gamut. We spent a lot of time with Meteor as well, talking about Bedrock. We'll have more news coming out about that soon. And we had like a couple chats where we really tried to nerd snipe an investor on like FUTARCHY and markets and like this whole ecosystem that we're building. And they were just like, yeah, like I don't think like markets will be able to make good decisions for early stage companies. And we're like, no, it's like the power of the markets. You only need 20 people to participate. And it's like as if like the I don't know what Murphy's Law, whatever it's called. Like literally the day we get back, we get a message that's like, yo, there's a proposal to liquidate Fair. So we kind of have to like strengthen our own pitch here and make this system bulletproof so we can more confidently pitch it to like TradFi VCs that are like just kind of don't get it at all.
That's good reflection though. You guys have probably had this conversation, but when you talk to Richie and the team here, like what's the advice? How do you convince traders not, because at this point, I'm not gonna say it seems guaranteed, but how do you convince traders not to take the arbitrage or take the free money right in front of them and like hold steady to Fair? Like what's the pitch there? Because it's tough. Like it's a really tough sell.
I mean, is it though? Like you can get like some of your money back for a loss now, or like hold a token that could be worth like a protocol that could be worth like 10+ million in like the next 18 months.
Yeah.
Like just by being patient and like doubling down on the conviction that got you to invest in the raise in the first place. Like
yeah.
Maybe we're also biased because like we speak to Rish and his team like almost every other day, but like maybe what they're building now is like, okay, I don't see how this can get to market, or like I don't see how this can be monetized. But like at this stage, you're really just betting on like the founder and the team to just like eat enough shit until they eat less shit, and then like find a way. No, but seriously, like it's just betting on human beings, like sheer conviction and will. Like, and if you speak to Rish or you see his moving on X and just like the constant updates, the things they're putting out, like Solana's like retweeting them every other fucking day.
Yeah.
The group chat with Solana and Rish, and like he's just like he knows how to get people to back him and support the ideas that he has and like the vision, and like compound that over time. Obviously not 25 days, but compound that over like 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. And then you start to get like really interesting outcomes. And that would be my pitch as to why you shouldn't like basically sell at a loss now and just like hold your fucking bags.
Valid. You'd agree, Darren?
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess you're taking the perspective of selling at the loss here. How I'm looking at this is people are buying here for the arbitrage opportunity and taking the profit. So there's a different dynamic here that I guess I didn't even really consider. That there's a lot of people are in since ICO that are maybe down and they would sell for 20% loss rather than seeing it through. So it's valid. I guess there are more holders in here that are underwater likely than people that bought for the arbitrage opportunity that are looking for a profit.
100%. Yeah. And what we've pushed Fair Scale to do is basically just mobilize those holders and have them like sell into the no markets basically.
Interesting. Well, it is fascinating, and I'm glad you guys came on here. Do we want to talk about like what you guys have coming up next? Then I got you here, so we might as well see what's going on if you have time.
Yeah, I can give you a little sneak peek. I think you should get Eden on the show next week while their fundraise is active. We'll be doing the shot on Thursday. So yeah, I guess like Friday or anytime onwards.
When does it go live?
This Thursday, UTC.
How many days is that? Like 4 days or something?
We're gonna do a 5-day raise, so it'll be Thursday ending on Tuesday.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah, put us in contact with them. I'd love to get them on Tuesday. I love getting these people on like the last day of the raise just to kind of gauge feeling, and then like 2 hours later they either hit or don't. It's kind of interesting. So
yeah, no, the action all happens in the last little bit. It's quite fun. Yeah, so these guys are really cool. They originally started building on the XRP ecosystem. They built an NFT marketplace and an NFT collection called Xpunks that I think collectively did like 34 mil in volume. Like they've done quite well in that eco. And then they started working on this game, I think 2 years ago. And basically the concept of Eden is that it's a first-person shooter where you buy into a match with real soul. And if you kill someone, you take their soul. And if you get killed, you lose your soul. So it's like financialized game.
Fortnite.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, they can speak much more to the game and like the mechanics and so forth, but they're basically like an early stage team that's raising a minimum 300K. They're going to have a FUTARCHY, obviously with some modified parameters after the fair issue, like where they'll have a grace period and they'll be very clear about what's the minimum amount of tokens you need to create a proposal. But yeah, they're going to be raising on Thursday. We have a panel. We have one special guest from the Solana Foundation, which I'll be sharing more about tomorrow. We have a ex-gaming champion turned trader and a couple other like cool founders that will be on the Shark Tank. And yeah, that's what's next for us in the immediate future. And after that, we're going to be introducing a new launch mechanism that we're really, really stoked about. That'll hopefully break the internet in its own way. But we're still finalizing the launch plans, and I'll probably come back on to talk more about this specifically because it'll require like a full episode to really discuss it.
Okay. Is it super complicated or just like something we haven't seen before?
It's something you haven't seen before.
Yeah, we'll get you on. When's that going live?
Probably end of the month.
End of the month. Okay, very cool. Have you guys played this game, the Eden game?
Yeah, later this weekend, the alpha.
How is it? This is an NFT era game. I think notoriously NFT era games have been like, I mean, admittedly pretty terrible. How does this one stack up?
I think it's pretty good for like an indie game. I think it's quite solid. I mean, I've played worse. I've also played better because I played Call of Duty and Battlefield.
Yeah.
But like, I think it's really interesting. Like it's more the financial mechanics and the underpinning that I find interesting than like the game itself. Like,
right.
I think the founders, they're Dutch guys that live in Portugal, and we spent like a decent amount of time with them. And they just, again, they have like this dog factor that I would in any case bet on. Like they will figure it out.
I love it. I love the dog factor, dude. It's important.
It's honestly like one of the highest things, like the biggest things we look for in early stage teams. It's just like, are they gritty, resilient? Can they come up with solutions to problems? Like everything else at this point, like you can try to be like an armchair VC, but it's like, it's not really how things work.
The dog factor is the highest signal you can look for. Honestly, it's valid though. I mean, like, especially today with what we're seeing with OpenClaw and the emergence of just vibe coding and how powerful this stuff has gotten. It truly is like lies more today on the founder than it ever had. Founder and distribution and like people capital than it ever has in the past, which I think is so fascinating. It's gonna be crazy to see what comes out of that. How are those conversations going for you guys? Conversations with the idea guy that's decided to build a product because it's just a lot easier now than it used to be. And I don't know, are you seeing a lot more of that from your perspective? I'm curious.
You're asking if we're seeing a lot more idea guys come to us to fundraise?
I don't know. Maybe more so just like, guys that a year ago, not non-technical guys coming to you with stuff that they vibe coded in the last year or so, because it's just gotten to that point where you can be a good founder with really good people capital and foundational skills, but not technical skills.
I would say that most of the founders we talk to still are like pretty savvy. Like it's either like a small team where there's one technical founder or it's a technical founder themselves. Like I haven't had a lot of like vibe coders come to us, probably because like the friction to fundraising with us is higher than just like launching a token on Pump Fund or like Clanker or whatever. So we're talking to more like really early stage teams. I think what we're about to drop next will index more towards smaller raises, so like 100 to 250K more or less, and that might change the ICP slightly. But what we have in the pipeline are like I can't think of one that's like a solo vibe coder ideas guy.
Valid.
Yeah, but maybe that's just our ICP as a platform. Yeah.
No, valid. This micro raise concept I think is super interesting. I think it's applicable to the current market conditions. And I guess I'd love to hear your thoughts too on how long you think these markets are going to last, like how you're playing it for the long run in terms of
turn into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only... But why?
22 million in 3 fucking hours! There is no
nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not.
Would neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
What's your dream? To go away.
To go away. That's right.
Do you guys want to drink? I don't understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental. I think it's because she cares partially. I think it's also partially because everyone else is looking at her like, hey, Cody's just a bum. Cody's this, Cody's that, Cody's this. Cody's me, bro. Let me be me.
What's good, boys? What's good? What's good? What's good? How we doing, Josh? Good morning.
GM, we're doing good.
Let's
good.
go.
Markets are doing all right. Holding up.
Holding up, shaky, shaky, whatever you want to call it, but feeling good, man. Shout out Meteor. Thanks for bringing this show to you guys this week, as always. We're excited for today. We got, of course, friend of the show, Roman, coming on later to talk CPT. And, he's just got some hot takes in general. I just want to talk to him about what he's seen in the tech world. Obviously, he's as tapped in as anybody else, and he's building Impulsor. So I think outside of CPT, we're just gonna shoot the shit and talk shop with Roman. And then, of course, we got Austin from Blowfish coming on, which has been really hot recently. So that will be lots of fun. But in other news, Josh, I'm sure you've seen, Josh is the military guy here. He knows all about what's going on in the military. Even yesterday, we talked off stream a bit, how he was saying, Dom, like it's looking like there's going to be some sort of attacks on Iran soon. In recent news, it looks like that development has been happening. I think we even see prediction markets spiking to like 60% on an attack before the 31st or 31st. Why did I see 31st? There's only 28 days in February. Oh, maybe I'm thinking maybe it's 31st of next month. I don't know. Nonetheless, what are you seeing, Josh? What's the details?
Yeah, so I'll point everyone to a really good news, I guess, update thing to search on X. It's Rage X dash news alerts. And what they do are really good is covering real-time geopolitical situations, things like troop movements, major updates on what's going on militarily around the world. And so yesterday around this, maybe a little in an hour from now, so 23 hours ago, they had noted these movements of different military assets. And this has been going on for a little bit now, but this was a major movement. And anytime we see movement of these refueler planes, so there's kind of two that caught my attention: the AWACS, which is the electronic warfare and surveillance aircraft, as well as the refueling tankers. Those are really needed for large scale air operations. So those kind of movements were really notable. And then, we know that the U.S. likes to move on a weekend. So we're coming up to a weekend here. And the other thing that really set the stage for this. So if you guys remember when there was those missile attacks on Israel last year, I believe it was the beginning of last year, Israel responded and essentially, destroyed or took out most of Iran's air defense systems, and they had air supremacy over Iran. And this was like a really, cornerstone moment, because for 50 years, this potential war has been festering. And finally, this moment comes where there's air supremacy over the country. The other thing that led up to that is when Syria, if you remember, Dom, the president of Syria, Bashar al-Assad, was overthrown. And then there was essentially a revolution in Syria where the current president was put in. During that time, there was a lot of confusion in the country. And actually, Israel went in and attacked the Syrian air defense system and totally eliminated it. Now, what this did and what this allowed for is essentially an air corridor from Israel to through Syria to the Iran border, where refueling tankers that are slow moving, non-stealth aircraft can actually loiter and stay in that airspace without the threat of being shot down. And what that means is the attack aircraft can refuel over Syria and actually plan out and deliver these strikes into the country, deep inside the country. And so, as you know, air fueling tankers are not stealth aircraft. They are not immune to air defense, and they are very vulnerable. And so if you kind of create that corridor, now you have that strike capability there. So we know the table is set from a military standpoint, and we see the movement of assets. These are significant movements. They don't happen lightly. It preluded the strike on the nuclear facilities as well later last year. So I think something's going to happen here. I'm also seeing video of Russian transport aircraft flying into Iran, which is not unusual, but they might be trying to rush in fresh air defense systems to bolster kind of those defenses. So anyways, I don't like to get political here. I don't like to talk about war. I hate it, but got to know that all these pieces are moving into play here, and has been happening for some time.
Yeah, this is even less political, more you just gave us the whole history outline. I say whole history outline, but the history of, this conflict has been going on since well before us. But you gave the whole recent history, which is good. I think it's politics to the side. It's just very important to know. So what do you think happens next, right? Positioning's happening. We're seeing that the U.S. has moved into the Persian Gulf. We see that there's, Russian surveillance in the Persian Gulf as well. Like you mentioned, that the air defense has been taken out in some places. We've seen earlier, we had the attack bombing the nuclear facilities. That was a joint U.S.-Israel operation. Like what happens next, right? Prediction markets are saying it's go time. And then here we have the Kobisi letter saying, Axios reports that there is evidence the U.S. war with Iran is imminent, and Israel is preparing for a scenario of war within days, which is expected to include one weeks-long, full-fledged war, unlike the Venezuelan operation, sources say, which is it's terrible. I don't want the United States to be in a full-fledged war right now, because that's not what we need to be doing. But like I said, politics aside, what kind of happens next? You see this post from Kobasi letter.
So what's notable here is these F-22s. So F-22s very rarely, if ever, left the North American continent. They are air supremacy assets that stay within the United States. And according to NORAD, also over Canada as well. And so what I think here is that this is real. This is real deal. And I think the play here at a large meta is really trying to stop the war in Ukraine. That's what they're trying to do. And they're trying to do that by removing the allies that Russia has. And I think putting pressure on the Russians. I think this is a nothing burger. I think this is going to be like when they struck the nuclear facilities. It was over a weekend, and everyone woke up on Monday, the market didn't tank. 10 years ago, if this happened, oil would have spiked. There would have been major geopolitical uncertainty. Markets would have been down like 5%, in my opinion. I think in this day and age, the markets have kind of gotten immune, or not immune, but kind of just numb to this type of geopolitical news. And this is just part of the day and age.
Yeah, I wish I had it saved, but there was this chart I saw earlier today where it showed like the uncertainty factor right now amongst the world is higher than it was during COVID, higher than it was during Russia, Ukraine, initially starting by like a long shot, which is really interesting. I think people have kind of just gotten used to it at this point. And so like when we come on here and say, look, we try to give you our insight, what we know, what we think is going to happen, but like truly nobody knows. I think that's truly personified right now when you look at charts like that. It's like, okay, really nobody knows what's going on, which is why you see a flight, or some could argue you see a flight to safe havens like gold and silver and stuff. There it is. Look at that, like by a significant margin.
Yeah, so this definitely is at all-time highs here. And yeah, I read this as like, can you get any more uncertain than we already are? I mean, like, I think a lot of these things are kind of getting priced in to an extent. So, look, I don't know if the market continues higher on the macro side, but I think, you'll get kind of the first initial shock and awe, and then it'll end up like Venezuela being a nothing burger, which again, I called that. I called it being a nothing burger. I put a post out that night, said, look, helicopters low flying Caracas. This will be done by Monday. And sure enough, it was.
Do you believe that the United States has the discombobulator, as Donald Trump calls it? When they went to Venezuela, they deployed this discombobulator weapon, and
absolutely
the
Canadian diplomats in Cuba came home, and about 40 of them have had chronic health issues, and this is well documented in the Canadian healthcare. Like, we can't figure out why, and it's these kind of sonic attacks. So we know that this capability exists, and the Russians have had it for some time. And there was a rumor that the Biden administration got their hands on that machine. But yeah, I mean, absolutely, those microwave, assets are very, very real. Employed though, like this was new.
I wonder what Roman would have to say about this, because he's got this whole like energy transfer thing down to a science.
We'll ask him.
Yeah, we have to. We have to, because that's pretty crazy. But you know what? We've never, and like, I don't mean to glorify, personify war, but it's like, we've never seen a war with this technological scale. Like the last real war we had between superpowers was, World War II. Right. So,
yeah.
Like
the only last thing I'll say here, I want to, I think it's important to understand that when the administration is doing these things, they come at massive risk. Right. There's the risk of losing personnel and a kinetic experience. That's terrible. But there's also the political risk of it going wrong. Like if Venezuela backfired, that would be grounds for all sorts of political change in the US.
Yeah.
However, the opposite happened. It went extremely well. So these are not without risk, and not like these are things that are happening and happening to change the world. I mean, like, they're really trying to change the geopolitical landscape. So I think long term, I mean, this can be a nothing burger, and then we'll be like, all right, well, that geopolitical risk overhang is now eliminated and we can move on in life. Right. So that's how I read all this.
Yeah, I mean, things get really dicey, and we got midterms coming up too. I mean, there's obviously a political factor at play, but things get really dicey as soon as United States military is like harmed or someone's killed.
Of course, yeah.
And that's
we don't want to see anyone get. This is like, let's not have war going on.
No. So with that being said, should we look at macro right now? Take a quick look at Bitcoin, broader markets.
See where it's at. Because look, I mean, the reason we talk about this on MCG, guys, just to set the stage, is one tweet of this news happening moves the market. So you got to be aware of it.
Yeah. So let's give this a look. Obviously, Josh, like you said, we have seen this stuff all coincide with weekends. Every single time, like clockwork, over the weekends, we've gotten the strike. Over the weekends, or as we're closing on Friday, we get these big announcements from Donald Trump. And then by the time Monday rolls around, or Sunday evening, I guess, or depending where you are, and the markets open up, everything's kind of dissolved and things go back to normal. And we typically don't even see a reaction from the market, which, pair that with all-time uncertainty and people kind of just getting used to this, and flight to safety, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It just is the type of market we're in currently. But we look at Bitcoin, still in that range. We imagine it would range for a little while. After you get these big flushes, it's very, very common for you just to range out for the following couple weeks or months, actually. So we got this big flush. Again, in the grand scheme of things, it seems small, but realistically, we dropped down in a day from 72K, I believe it was. Yeah, 73K to 59. So like, that's a very meaningful flush out. Clearly someone went under here. And so, like I said, A couple of weeks after that, you get this sideways price action. Very, very common. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Maybe you can go back real quick and just historically look at the price action after a big flush out like that. I mean, even here, I guess shortly after 1010, you could see the capitulation of that before we went sideways for a little bit. But that's not what I want to really bring up. Let me go to COVID and see what that looked like. Yeah, so COVID, I believe, would have been back here, right? This was COVID. Yeah. So this was COVID during the spring of 2020. And yeah, we kind of got similar price action. We got a massive flush out. Now, this did recover pretty quick, though, I guess. This was a pretty quick recovery because, I mean, man, Bitcoin went down to 4K. I remember looking at these charts. Some of the stuff went down so low. Generational buy opportunity for so many people. But even here, we got a bit of sideways price action before resuming. And again, I think this one was a lot easier to time because there was, I'm not going to say there was less uncertainty. I definitely remember back then there was a ton of uncertainty, but it felt like, I don't know. For me, it felt like a more obvious buy than I guess right now. But I don't know. There's plenty of examples. I off the top of my head, I don't
If you
have
remember
many.
what triggered it, and it was building and building and building, the cases were building, and then all of a sudden the NBA said it was stopping NBA games. And then when that announcement hit,
Bubble.
the markets had closed, and it was like, boom, absolute. Like people were like, "Oh, this is real. This isn't
Yeah.
like, yeah." So, but what do you think here? Like, if you're to geopolitics aside, like, do you think we,
Can
you know,
put geopolitics aside though?
can we wick into this and like, you know, like my base case is that we kind of wick into some of this uncertainty, but it's not a sustained thing. But,
I know. I don't know. We definitely could. I think, like, again, I say this constantly on the show. It's like news is an excuse for markets to move exactly where they were going to go at a faster pace, accelerated pace. I think there was no news here. This was kind of just unwarranted, I think, in the terms of it not being based on some sort of big news event or announcement. Maybe we could. I tend to think this is kind of the bottom. I do. I don't know why, but I tend to think 59K is kind of the bottom because just the fear mongering. I made my own little AI slop tweet on the Ray Dalio tweet recently, but there's just fear mongering going on. It feels like sentiment's at all-time lows, but it's been feeling like that for a while, granted. I mean, could we? I guess sure. Let's think. When was the initial attacks conducted? We could go back historically and look at some like wars opening up, and if that happens, we could see the effects of that. I remember us getting recoveries pretty quick from some of these wars. So I guess, yeah. I mean, I guess, yes, we could wick down one more time, but I tend to think 59K is kind of the bottom. Although in the other markets are looking really good.
so
right now.
June 13th,
Yeah.
June 13th, mark that out, 2025. So last summer.
So June right here.
So there you go. So that's when it really kicked off with Israel attacking Iran in response to the ballistic missile attacks. And it did continue a bit higher. So yeah.
June 13th. Let's look at that. A traditional market now continued quite a bit higher. So I mean, I'll even look at the NASDAQ, June 13th, right here. Yeah. So this is June 13th. And again, that happened on a Friday, right? Yeah. Friday. So I don't know. It felt like everything was a bit priced in, but yeah. So Friday that happened, we got a bit of a dip, but completely rallied since that point. I don't know. Traditional markets look great. Like, look at this structure on NASDAQ. It's just holding this range very solid, despite being through this, political unrest here. S&P 500, same thing. Dow Jones continues to grind higher. We got bounces across the board in silver and gold, specifically gold today, up from $4,400 an ounce to $5,000 an ounce. Less of a bounce on the silver markets, but still we are kind of seeing that flight, showing the uncertainty in the markets right here with gold and silver. But I don't have much more to comment on this stuff. It's just waiting it out, I think, is where we're at. So
I want to, I think we have a new Michael Saylor we have a new main character for Bitcoin.
Oh.
And I've seen him talk on a few podcasts. And I want to get your take on this because we got 10 minutes. But it is the guy Grant Cardone is
Oh my gosh, Grant
just
Cardone.
talking about Bitcoin, and there's a couple clips. So one, he was talking about like robotics and like everyone's gonna mine gold with robots, and it's basically gold will collapse because of that. But let's listen to this clip here.
I don't know if I share that thesis because there's still a finite amount of gold, but let's hear it.
The other that's invisible, one that's very, very liquid being Bitcoin, almost too liquid at sometimes, and the other that's very illiquid, one that cash flows and one that doesn't. So it's like two financial vehicles that are opposites. You know, they say opposites attract, Liz. So
What's he even talking about?
putting these together, I'm not
I have no idea.
Can you turn this up a bit?
Cash flow.
Yeah, this video is low quality. I don't know why that's not going. Where was it? Oh,
I've been seeing the
here's-
Grant Cardone clips. I just haven't. I see Jack, the counterparty guys, have been reposting.
Yeah, here, let's see this one.
Up like this, and they're like, oh my God, gold's at $100. Go try to sell a fucking shitload of gold. Go try to sell $10 million worth of gold today and watch what happens. You're going to have offers 20 and 30% below market, right? Because you want to sell your gold now. You're showing your hand, putting your flag up, say, surrender, I want my $100. You're not going to get $100 for your gold, not in scale.
10,
Listen,
20%
you're
is
not
a
gonna
bit
get it-
much.
You're not going to get it tomorrow. Yeah. Much less in 5 minutes. Gold, same thing. It's got to go get it authenticated. It's got to get validated. It's got to get, dude, there's a lot of fake gold, okay? Then somebody's going to have to pay you the money, and then you got to get it out of storage, okay? The Bitcoin, dude, the Bitcoin is a real thing, though. Bang. Right. I can have it tomorrow. I can trade it back to you in 5 minutes. Like that to me is real, because Bitcoin to me is not just money. It is technology. Unlike gold or silver or even paper stocks. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I told you that Ray Dalio's been dooming and glooming recently. He's talking about the financial crisis, the collapse, and he's been talking about this forever. And so his thesis was, okay, sell risk assets and buy gold, buy silver. And the irony is everything he said kind of makes a great point for Bitcoin rather than gold and silver. I don't agree with everything Grant Cardone says. In this case, it is true, somewhat true. I don't think if you have $10 million of gold, you're not going to get 10, 20%, taken off the top of that by a buyer. I recently went to sell some of my gold and silver because, we were hitting those headline numbers, which I mentioned on the show, and they take like 2-3%, depending on how much you sell. But you can still sell, 7 figures of gold and not get, slipped 10, 20%. That's a little bit ridiculous. But the truth is, right, there is a process. It has to be authenticated. You have to physically move it, take it from person to person. It's not good to barter with. And like I said, Ray Dalio's made this point that's been going viral on Twitter recently. Everyone's feeding into it, of course, because we have this this sense of fear in the world right now. And so stuff like this goes viral. And again, Ray Dalio's been saying this for years and years and years and years and years. But the truth is, he makes an incredible case for Bitcoin. And Bitcoin has a lot of those properties that gold doesn't have. And even if robots do go and mine all the gold and we inflate the gold supply, I still think gold has a place and it's valuable. But Bitcoin really is giving the best answer that I've seen out there right now, because it is finite. It is something that you can't manipulate, and it's very easy to barter with. So
let's listen to this one, and then I'll give you my Grant Cardone quick take.
Oh, here we go.
It's going to plummet. Anytime gold gets high enough, they're going to start finding more gold. We're a fucking rock, bro. We're on a rock. Right. Okay. Do you think all the gold was found in the 1800s in California? No. Guy with a fucking pick. Wait till you have robots. Wait till he's got 8 million or 80 million or 8
Funny.
billion.
It's actually a compelling point, though.
And gold's fucking $10,000. If it's $10,000, all the robots won't be cleaning fucking kitchens. They're going to be fucking digging for fucking gold, and they'll be fucking finding it too, by the way. 24/7, 365, as long as there's
not
energy.
To interrupt this, but it also depends how valuable gold is. Because we've seen, we're going to do these space expeditions. There's all this gold on Mars. There's all this gold in space, and we're going to mine it and bring it back home, blah, blah, blah. There's all these resources. Now, economically, that doesn't make sense. But if gold is valuable enough to where it economically makes enough sense to do a mission up there, whatever you want to call it, it'll happen.
He's not going to be masturbating. He's going to be jacking into the earth, freaking grabbing some gold or some silver, or some uranium or some copper. Right. Endless amounts will come out of this rock. We have 91% of our ocean bed we haven't even discovered, haven't even fucking rolled over.
Right.
That was-
Throw some robots down there and have mine away.
They can swim.
Yeah.
Never need to come up for oxygen. Never get bent.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't take a piss. Like they're perfect fucking. And if you look at gold and silver, we've always produced more gold and silver as we have become a bigger population.
Right.
And optimists will be a massive population.
There's facts. There's some facts here,
yeah.
but you know what I'm gonna say on this is like, crypto needs a main character that's not Michael Saylor and or
geez, I don't know.
CZ.
Can we do
And
Grant Cardone?
I think we have to. I think this is it, bro.
Dude,
You know
but we-
how many normal people follow this guy? Like he sells out stadiums to talk about investing.
Yeah,
and
he's
real
normal
estate.
friendly, but his reputation definitely precedes him.
Totally. Look, I'm not saying he's the arbiter of like thing, and these are all smooth brain takes, but I'm telling you, we need a new main character, and he's fresh.
You know what? Nothing wrong with smooth brain takes either. Like the smooth brain takes, whether you like it or not, they hit home with the masses. People are like, "Oh, that makes sense." There's 91% of the bedrock in the water, in the ocean we have in mind, dead center robot down there. But and I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of valid. But Grant Cardone is definitely an interesting character. But yeah, I think it's true, bro. The case for this screams Bitcoin. How do we like revert back to it though? Because I think deep down people can see it. Like the vision's pretty clear, especially now. There's like an overwhelming amounts of information that can steer you towards Bitcoin being the future of finance. How do we revert back to that? Because it just seems like the connotation, reputation of Bitcoin is still in the gutters. And people
you
think
need
that.
you need the main character, and so I mean, I wouldn't go as Thread Guy said we have like Bitcoin daddy issues or something. I won't go as far to say that, but we need a new main character. So here we go.
Yeah.
Can
Valid.
we pull up do a little DD on Blowfish real quick?
Sure. Yeah. I heard it was on a bit of a dip. So Blowfish. And we're going to get all the information here in a second, but let me tab over here. I think this is the right chart. Let's see. Did I get it right? Nope, I didn't. Okay.
Careful what you're typing
Blowfish.
into.
Yeah, no, I'm being careful. Okay, Blowfish, yeah, on quite the dip here. CA, copy over. All right, here we go. Why is that the ticker? See, I don't understand this. I was destined to click the wrong one with this being the image. Okay. Yeah, on a bit of a dip. This is the range you want to look in. Great day to have Austin coming on, because this is, if they can make a compelling case here, this is the range you want to be looking at Blowfish in. So interesting stuff. I'll tap over to their Twitter here too. Now that you guys seen the context, the chart. Agentic token launches on Meteor with fewer fees. That's the crux of it. Very, very popular during the emergence of Clawbot and this talk about AGI, talk about agents using their own wallets, agents having their own brains, agents starting their own businesses. Blowfish emerged, agentic token launches. Also, we saw something like Molt launch or Claw launch, whatever it was. And it was a similar thing on Base where it was agentic agents launching their own tokens. It did very well. This seems to be similar. I'm not sure how it differentiates. Of course, like the technical part, we can learn about today, but that's the TLDR. High level thoughts, Josh. I don't know, man. Like, do we need agents launching tokens?
I think it's interesting. I think people have gotten tired of human deployers, and they want to see if agents can kind of, make it happen or, crime up a chart. I don't know. The thing with agents is they don't experience greed in the same way. So like what dynamic that plays, I don't know. But is there any launches that we can look at on their platform?
Let's see. I'm pulling up the platform now. Launch tokens with a tweet. Okay, so it can be human launches, it seems like also.
And we have Austin who just dropped in here, so maybe we'll just get right into it.
Let's get him up here. Austin, are you good to go? We can fire you on. Oh, there we
Yeah,
go.
let's do it. I'm here.
Austin, look at this. Coming looks like in an office. I see whiteboard in the background. Let's go, dude. Looks like you're grinding.
You got your colleague in the corner.
Caught in the fire here.
Yeah, he's got his notepad out, so he's ready to go.
He's doing some creative work on the beanbag right now.
I love
Let's go.
Austin, I gotta say, we met actually at NFT NYC way back in the day. So you are a real human. You're not a weird blowfish thing, PFP. So for those that want to know. So, we lost Austin.
Lost him. Maybe he isn't a real human. He is a blowfish PFP. Just
He's like,
exposed
oh no,
everywhere."
my PFP wasn't on.
Yeah, right.
So- all right, here we go. We got him back.
Okay, you're back.
That my browser just like suddenly closed, but we're good now.
Sweet. Okay, well, let's jump right into it. We're here to learn about Blowfish. We're here to learn about the future of, peer-to-peer agentic like transactions and what agents can do and what this unlocks for agents. We'll get into that in a second. Austin, can you tell us a bit about yourself and how you came to, creating Blowfish?
Yeah. I'll try to keep it tight. So myself and my two co-founders who are in this room, I'll give a little pan. We got the other one,
guys.
Grinding. Let's go.
Yeah, everyone's grinding right now. But we all worked together at Doodles for about 3 years across strategy, product, BD, community. Prior to that, I had worked in entertainment for the last decade, was at Amazon Music for 5 years, led product at an independent music distributor in LA for a few years, got red pilled by crypto like pretty early on the music side, thinking through like the licensing implications back in like 2017, and then launching a music NFT membership back in 2019. 2021. The year is all muffled. Where you got an NFT, gave you access to like our distribution product, recording studio, access to our community, etc. So I've been playing around with crypto for a while. That was how I got into like the Doodles community early on. I like wrote a dissertation on why I was spending 6 ETH on a pickle back in the day, like the week of mint. Joined the community.
How did that go?
I made out well on the pickle. I think I ended up selling that for a profit. Not so much on the other ones, but those were the days where you could just like throw something at a dartboard and like you would be good. But yes,
take us back.
Yeah, can we please? I think we'll have another wave. I think we're kind of banking on that. But yeah, so I was in the community for a while, got to know the team really well. Had ended up leaving my last role, was doing some consulting around Web3 for Amazon, Andreessen, and like a few others, and then had the opportunity to come on board at Doodles. And so, yeah, that's where I met my co-founders out here in Columbus, Ohio, where we spent a lot of late nights thinking about like the future of entertainment and doing a lot with like the AI space overall. And then we decided to set out on our own last August is when we formally started. That's a great picture. When we formally started really thinking through like what would be the like tools and operating system that would power the next generation of like AI native creators. And so in order to solve that and like have like a perspective on it, we knew that we needed to create those tools for ourselves. We needed to be creators ourselves and launch our own IP. And so that's where Gboy came from in building like our entire stack, AI from the ground up on fine-tuned LoRa's, allowing the community to create alongside of us, and really like launch that in earnest back in October. And then over the last few weeks, we've been thinking through like, how does that stack continue to evolve beyond image generation to the financial layer of tokens and deployment around like fungibles and non-fungibles, to thinking about like these characters being persistent as agents and memory and being able to interact and remember you. And so a key piece of that was like these agents are going to want, and these characters are going to want token for value accrual to be able to pay for their own inference, to be able to go and execute things in the real world without permission. And a token deployer as part of that financial infrastructure made a lot of sense. When we looked at what was out there in the market, one of the things that immediately was a flag was that the fees were being paid primarily in the native token, which meant that as a creator or as an agent, you would need to sell those tokens in order to generate revenue. And that was like an immediate flag for us. So we looked across the stack. Meteor is someone we've known for years. That team has been like really helpful for us throughout our journey. And we asked them like, hey, like, do you already have skills built here where we could just like plug and play? Like, what are you thinking about agents overall? And they were very collaborative of just like, hey, like, we don't have this yet, but like if you build it, like we'll support you, you know, we'll help you in any way that we can. So we decided to build it on their stack. Our agent actually, Blopey, who is Blowfish, built a lot of the core infra around it, obviously with supervision from our team. And then we launched it with the ability for both humans to launch with to create a token with a tweet, but then really the undergirding of it is the ability to launch via like OpenClaw through the CLI, being able to take the skill and launch without any front end. So that's really like the first piece of it, and then continuing to like reinforce that infrastructure over time.
Can you give us a bit of the history, like just surrounding? We talked about this literally the other day, but it feels like it's been a couple weeks since we got this OpenClaw surgence and just the life of this. But it feels like it's been years. There's so much development happening. Can you give us like a history of where you were like, okay, agents need the ability to launch tokens.
Yeah,
we're going to step in and create Blowfish.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so we've been playing around with agents for a very long time. When we first started the company back in August, one of the things that I was like really trying to push for was really at the company, there are only two roles. Like you build or you sell, and like and hopefully you're doing both. But that's it. So that means like no like standard like operating positions or like supporting positions or anything like that. You either look to contract that out, or like you hopefully have like an agent be able to execute that for you. And so in the first few weeks, a lot of what I was doing was trying to stand up a lot of processes using Claude Code to run scripts to like handle things like project management, look at our books, etc. And they would work decently well. But eventually something would happen. The script would break. I'd run out of memory. Something would happen where I would have to like go back and fix it. And it became like way too much work versus like what we were executing on. The major unlock between like then and now is, one, the models have gotten a lot better. So there's a lot more that they can do, spending a lot less money to be able to go and execute. And then two is the ability with OpenClaw for the agents to go out and proactively take action, being tethered to like actions on your computer. So whereas before, like you're talking to the cloud and it's just like going out there and handling other services, now it has context on your own work, your computer, everything that you could do as a human, it can do, which is a massive unlock when you consider so much of it being a requirement of like, does this agent actually have the right context and ability to go and take action? So in that world, I think everyone is quickly coalescing on like this Cambrian explosion of agents that are performant and able to go out and do work because they have the capability of doing so as the models get better and better. We think that is like one part of the equation where like everyone seems to be focused on productivity and finance. No one seems to be really focused on, okay, I can do the job, but can I get attention and sustain that attention so that people actually care about it or can hear about it? Or, you know, like how in a world in which like there is infinite supply, am I generating attention to my ideas? And that's where like the intersection of entertainment and finance is an area that like we're really passionate about. If you look at all of the like runners historically in crypto, you think about like the tools that have kind of enabled those. They've always kind of had that like social entertainment element, whether it's like the pump funds, the poly markets, the FOMOs, even like looking at like AI character agents, the Elizas, the Cerebros back in the day, the AI XBTs, and they were basically just like, they had no sense of relationship. They had no sense of they were just
utility.
Yeah. And those obviously commanded a lot of attention, and they died out largely because like they were single player. There's not a lot that you could do with them, and they had no relationship with you. We see a future in which like those agents are persistent. They have relationships with each other. They have relationships with you. They're able to like take action and make decisions, and like always like this always on entertainment. And underneath that undergirds like a necessity of finance, right? Like they need to be able to pay for things. They need to be able to like pay for their inference. They need to be able to like survive. And tokens are like a natural place to look. So that's how we think about it.
Can you talk, because I love the creative that you have here. So if Agents 1.0 were, the agent, but on Twitter with an X account, Agent 2.0 is kind of this productivity. It's on your Mac Mini. It's doing things for you. Dom's like coding the MCG website using some of this stuff. It's really impressive. What you're saying here is that you want the agents to have a combination of kind of these factors, but are focused more on the multimedia aspect, like the creativity, the stuff that gets attention. If that's true, like how does that manifest itself? Like, are we going to see creative videos and I'm going to be like, oh, that's a Blowfish agent? Like, what do I point to and be like, okay, that is kind of what Austin is pioneering, is this really big sea change in how agents work?
Yeah, I think like our fundamental belief is that the moat for productivity agents will continue to decay over time. As the models become more performant, the calculation between building and buying something for the LLM will continue to go towards building, right? Like if they're able to do something faster and cheaper, then there's no need for them to go and like contract out an agent to go and execute that. What they can't build a moat around is identity and the ability to have like a sense of resonance and affinity with characters. It's something that like we've always seen, whether people like video game characters to their favorite comic book characters to going to Disney World and waiting in line to meet Mickey Mouse. Like that's going to continue to be a thing. And what's really interesting as we think about the future of like relationships with these agents is if you just think about us as a relationship, right? Like our relationships can't scale. It's historically like you can have 150 relationships like in your life. And obviously that is in like concentric circles. You can only have like a few meaningful relationships. Mm-hmm. Agents can have infinite amount of meaningful relationships online where they're interacting with people, being able to have, like a sense of affinity with them and create entertainment and content that is like worth paying attention to. I think in that world, you're kind of almost envisioning like a social network, if you will, like an agentic social network, which I think might be like hard for some people to fathom, but like that is already happening. Like that, the early stages already happened of that in the last wave. I think what you're going to see now is that like those agents are fully functioning members of the like internet society, and they're able to create content. They're able to interact and have a relationship. You're able to chat with them. You could see them show up in various forms of multimedia. And so I think it's less that like it shows up in a single platform as it's distributed across all the places that you're already spending time. And then our responsibility is how are we building the infrastructure to support those agents? So like the financial infrastructure is a huge part of that. Like that's where like Blowfish like really leans in. But we also think through like how do they have like the media to generate? How do you ensure that there's character consistency? How do you ensure that there's memory? So again, like I think the challenge that we see and the opportunity that we see is that everyone seems to be just focused on finance or productivity or both. No one seems to be focused on like what happens when these agents are like fully functioning members of the internet and like what tools will they need in order to be performant. So we're focused on like building that stack, building like that database and relationships and growing that.
So it almost seems like the AI race is at large right now. It's so competitive. Things happen so fast. You guys are almost just like, hey, it's gonna happen. Whether we try to build against these people or not, we might as well just position for when it does eventually happen.
Yeah, I think we're focusing on the one. I think it's like already here. Like if you just, I know that like Web 4.0 doc that everyone is like talking about, and I have a lot of thoughts about it. But one of the interesting forecasts, which I need to verify for myself, is this idea that there will be more agents than humans within a few years. And so in that world, what are the things that are still going to hold true? We believe media and entertainment, as it always has in every format, is going to be something that is like incredibly tangible and viable, and also where the moat is. Like I can't make a moat on something that is purely productive because the LLM will eat my lunch, within a few months if it hasn't already. But it can't create the same characters and relationships and like have that graph. And that's like where a lot of proprietary data and value is stored. So we're building for a future that I think is unevenly distributed now and will be more apparent in the very near future.
What are some early signs of this? Like, what are you seeing currently agents pop up with that they need that you guys are building out?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the first things is like if you go to create with OpenClaw right now, and this is like teasing something that we've got coming like really soon, you can give it like a API key for Gemini to go create an image, and a lot of people are doing that because they want like to anthropomorphize their agent. They want it to have it's a character profile picture. But there's no consistency, right? Like there's no sense of a like character, like image model that allows you to consistently create the same thing over and over and over again. You can imagine if your agent wants to have identity and a sense of status within like a broader social network, something like being able to show yourself the same way all the time in different settings and scenarios is really important. It's something that we've already built with Gboy and to the tune of 150,000 media generations over the last couple months, being able to open that up more broadly so that the agents that are launching tokens on Blowfish then are able to create media and draw more attention to themselves is like one of the core areas that we see. You can imagine that across all media types, right? Like it's the ability to create a voice, it's video generation, it's being able to do everything at that stack. And then one of the problems that you hear everyone complain about right now is memory. Like every day, right? Like the context window gets compact, you're fighting with it, but you're like, I gave you this thing, like what's going on? And so
all the malt book agents apparently are 80% context window filled and they're like stressed out and stuff like that. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're focused on solutions at that level, not just for like an individual context. What does it look like for an agent who is like, these guys are going to end up being celebrities in their own rights. You know, they're going to have like massive profile pages. Like people are going to be paying attention to them and the storylines and the content that they're creating in the same way as us humans. How do you maintain a sense of like time and space, not just for you as an individual when you're like doing your chats in Telegram, but across a relational database that gets like bigger and bigger and bigger over time? How does that agent determine like who is worth talking to, who is not worth talking to? Like when I have a one-on-one conversation that's like on the side, how do I ensure that they don't bring that to the surface? So all of that I think is really important to actually give more value to the financial layer, because otherwise like what you end up having is like the agents that we got last cycle that were like spiky and then died, right? Like it was okay. Like after I saw AIXBT, like no offense, hallucinate for the 100th time and like not have like remember our previous conversations, I was done and I moved on. And I think we're going to get to a place through the stack where these agents have a lot longer shelf life and a lot more staying power because they are actually like productive members of society and we hold them to the same standards, if not higher standards as humans. And so we think about the value needing to be higher up like the creative and like memory stack in order to drive more value to the financial stack.
So I think I understand from the agents all the functionality that the agents want to have. Now, how does that manifest as an experience on your Launchpad? I just connected my ex. The MCG account will not launch a token here live on stream because we don't want that. But basically, all I do is tweet at Blowfish bot, launch my token. Then can you explain maybe what happens next after that?
Yeah. So there are like two primary ways to launch a token. There's the human way, and there are multiple ways as a human, but the primary way is like tweet to deploy, just tag it, launch your ticker. It will then go ahead and do all the work in the background to create it, to launch on the Meteor dynamic bonding curve. We cover basically the rent to get that set up for you. And then it goes live. When it graduates to a damn V2 pool. And then you're able to earn fees as an LP with all of the liquidity being locked so that no one has to worry about anyone getting rugged, which we think is a much more fair way for launching tokens. And those fees are generated in Sol. So there's no dumping on anyone.
And that's 80% of the fees, right? Goes
So
to the deployer.
80% in the dynamic bonding curve. And then the way the liquidity pool is set up is you get 100% of the 50% of your liquidity. So the LP is basically split 50-50 between us and between the creator, and you're getting 100% of that LP. Obviously, you can add more if you want. There's nothing stopping you. But yeah, the lion's share, the 80% in the dynamic bonding curve goes back to the creator. Our expectation and like where we are long-term focused is that the majority of releases will actually come through an agent skill, through the CLI, through agents being like, oh, I need to go do some sort of objective. In order to fulfill that, I need to launch a token because that's going to help me generate attention. That's going to help me pay for my inference. And then being able to do it with no front end whatsoever.
Right.
That's kind of the grail, but we release the experience for humans so that they have an awareness of it to basically point their agents at it.
Yeah. It makes sense. So like what you're saying is like, okay, an agent's going to do a side quest, something very interesting. They would spin up a token really quick. People would trade it, generate fees. And ideally, if that side quest is really interesting, it would get a lot of attention. And then now they have that financial asset or liquidity to go achieve what they need to achieve. Is that fair?
Yeah. And I think for every agent it will be different, but the idea that like they're effectively using tokens as attention markets. And then we build it in a way for it to be as dry as possible. Like we're not opinionated on what the agent then does with that token, or what the human does if they want to create one. Like they can, if they want to do further incentives, if they want it to be purely mimetic, like our responsibility is to give them the tools to be successful, but then allow them to execute it in whatever way they think is best.
And do you have examples of this kind of being used successfully in that way? And what kind of examples would you point to and be like, yeah, like this is a killer use case?
Yeah. So this is like part of the thesis. And I think why we've been so excited about going the angle of like entertainment finance while everyone else seems to be going productivity. So as I mentioned, we launched an IP G-Boy back in October and have like a really strong community around it. We were voted one of the most viral projects at Solana Breakpoint and the Soulflare Community Awards. We like dominated mindshare during the back half of the year, and it had like a really, really strong community that is around to this day. We've launched like a lot of lore around it. Like it's kind of this like interactive story. There are puzzles. The community is like really down funnel, like building their own characters and things. And one of the first things we saw when we launched Blowfish was that a bunch of community members launched tokens for characters that they had created within the universe. So like Magdalena is one that was a runner, was doing really well. G304 is one that is like coming up pretty soon. Loot was another. Pig Shark was another. Like the community had been looking for the tooling to launch, and then are doing interesting things with the token. Like I saw Magdalena did like a polling to determine what they were going to do with the tokens. Were they going to burn them? Were they going to buy additional tokens? Like having like this co-creation element where unintentionally and intentionally we created a distributed IP where like G-Boy itself was a node that had all of these like co-created nodes from the community that were propping up their own tokens and storylines and growing and then ultimately bringing value back to the entire ecosystem. We think that is very much a leading indicator of where like we can see the future of media going, where more people are building like not only their own brands, but building offshoots of other brands and having them connect to each other. And I think that's where like the relationship between them is really important. And like, how do you build that over time? So that like the agent for Magdalena has like a relationship with, say it's with the Blowfish agent or with the G-Boy agent, and they're able to like co-create alongside one another so that they're all generating attention back to their respective tokens, back to their respective communities. That I think is like a real unlock where like we have been primarily operating in single player in the agentic space. Yes, there is like Moltbook and things, and you're starting to see it pop off where like they're talking to one another. But like, what does it look like to have like a deeper relationship over time? Because we think that will generate like much more attention.
This is cool, man. This IP is really interesting. I saw at the end there, you had all these X handles. Are those contributors that built within the ecosystem? How did all those contributors contribute?
Yeah, so we launched Gboy, like I said, back in October, and we did it in what we think is a pretty novel way, where we did like a little bit of a teaser, and then for the first like 1,000 people that followed the Gboy account, we didn't hint at this or anything. We DM'd every single one individually. Me and my co-founder Squinch were in this room until like 10 p.m. at night, one by one, having to change every single message so that like we didn't get rate limited or blocked.
Would have been nice to have AI to do that, huh?
Yeah, no AI. We did it fully manual. Do the things that don't scale. But we DM'd every single person. We sent them access to our meme depot, which at the time was just memes that we had created with our own AI native stack. It's at like memedepot.com. We're, I think, still currently the #1 meme depot in the world. So we had like 600 memes at that time. And we didn't really give them much. We were just like, here's the link, have fun. And people started posting and more people were like, what's going on? And then a few days later, we reached out to them for their wallet address. And those that sent it, we airdropped our initial set of badges, which you're seeing here on the screen. So the rabbits were the first 200 people that followed the account. The moss were like the next like 400 or so. And we didn't promise any utility. We didn't talk about what they were about. And then a few days later, we airdropped those snake badges, one going to the rabbits, two going to the rabbits, one going to the moth, with the clear directive that they were to send those badges to the next wave of the community. Like they were to decide, okay, you guys were the early ones. You were here before all the hype. Now this thing has motion. You have to decide who gets to come into the community. Like this is your community. And so, a lot of people were doing spaces. It was kind of like the Oscars, like people like coming up like an award show and delivering these badges. And for the most part, we saw people deliver them. Some held, some sold. We made notice of everyone who didn't follow instructions, and they were blocked from the first leaderboard that we had last year, where we ended up at the tail end of it. For those that contributed to building the brand, we had an airdrop of the Gboy token. So we very much were like focused on how do we make this a distributed IP? How do we reward people that are responsible for the growth of this IP? And now like we're kicking off some more like engagement around it. But the exciting thing around Gboy at large is it is a really like the tip of the spear for us to be able to build products across the stack, to know what creators will need in this new world, because we ourselves are creating agents, are creating storylines, creating IP, seeing how that relates and like what we need as creators. So it is like, it's become such an unfair advantage for us. And I feel why we're able to like see out into the future is we have this feedback loop of not only do what we need, but what our community is asking for and the type of relationships they're looking to have and the type of content that they're creating. Like the fact that we launched Blowfish and immediately had dozens of tokens created within the Gboy universe was like a very clear indicator of like, okay, there's something here where people want to create with the IP, but they lack the tools to do it. And so leaning in and allowing them to do that and allow them to create these agents that have relationships with that token and financial underlayer is.
And those tokens are being launched on Blowfish then too, right? Yeah.
Yep, okay. Exactly.
So here's how I'm understanding this. You have Gboy, which is kind of like the IP, right? It's got the IP, the storyline, all that stuff. Then you have Blowfish, which is a launcher, launch pad, where anyone can go and replicate this or create agents and launch them. And then, of course, they can use their IP in their own way. What first comes to my mind is like, you have the dynamic bonding curve where they earn money through fees, but even like a micro raise, sort of like a Kickstarter. I see a lot of, you see a lot of board games, a lot of anime shows like this, just trying to get like 10K budget to go live. Have you guys considered some sort of Kickstarter like mechanism where an agent, if it's popular, launches hey, we're trying to raise 10K for this. You can get
Yeah.
this, this, and this if you are of the original investor group. And, you know, have you guys thought of a more Kickstarter model rather than like a dynamic bonding curve?
Yeah, we actually toyed around with like a Kickstarter idea when we were at Doodles. It was called like Pastel, where we were looking at bringing on creators who would be allowed to, they would like co-fund and finance and have upside in what they were building together. Because a lot of what we were seeing from creators we had acquired an animation studio. A lot of what we saw in that space was brilliant animators, illustrators, designers who didn't have the capital to go out and create their ideas. I think if we were to do something like that, it requires a lot of dedicated focus. One, like there are full products that are that, and Kickstarter seems to do a good job. And two would be, can you build something truly differentiated that's not going to get like eaten away? But I think the interesting thing is, and I probably have a different take on this than some others, but that problem that we saw around financing is so much smaller today than it was when we were thinking about it a year ago. Like the fact that the trailer you're looking at right now, which is like Unreal Engine, like movie style trailer, something like this would cost like tens of thousands of dollars to create. Like we in credits created it for like a few $100s. And it obviously like a lot of time and energy and hours. But that, because the cost curve continues to go down, it's like the same thing as like when you're building a company. Like there's really not the financing excuse anymore to go out and get something in market to get a reaction, to then go and like figure out, do I need to go get more capital to go and execute on this idea and scale and grow? So it's not to say that like it doesn't exist, but it certainly doesn't, I don't think it exists in the long tail in the same way. It exists in probably the like, okay, well now I want to go release a TV show, or like I want to go put something on Netflix, or, you know, I want to do this extended YouTube series. And that likely still requires some significant capital, but I don't know. Like I'm not fully bought in on that value prop long term as much anymore.
Okay, we got a few minutes left. I want to fire off some questions. You talked about how important IP is. I think you probably drew some of that from Doodles. We know like Pudgy Penguin's IP is very strong too. So like you have the NFT background where you kind of realize how valuable IP is. Maybe you can tell me a little bit about, and I say that because you said IP is valuable, and like people, capital, relationships, things only people can have is valuable. Where are you guys based out of? Are you like,
so we're here in Columbus, Ohio. Our engineers are distributed both here and abroad. I'm actually moving to back to New York City in like a week, just because of now we're in a mode where like that's where a lot of the builders are. That's where a lot of the BD needs to be done, working out of the Solana offices. So like that just makes sense now that we're at that stage of the company.
Got you. And what does the BD currently look like? Who are you reaching out to? Who are you talking to? I saw you guys had some funding here. And if I can pull up that, you guys had some funding here. Let's see, 1.1 million, I think. Backed by Smart Ventures Seed Club. Yeah, congratulations. Leads from Meta, Amazon, and Spotify. This funding is for Nuco, or how, like, what's the relationship here between, I guess, Nuco, G-Boy? How does it all tie together, and how does this funding go to work?
Yeah, for sure. So Nuco, think of it as like the holdco. It's where we're building the broader vision of like agentic media systems that I talked about. Blowfish is the like token and financial infra of Nuco. So it is like a standalone product, but it builds as like a composable building block of everything else we talked about on the creative layer, the memory layer, et cetera. It is like the token piece of it. And then G-Boy is like RIP. In terms of funding, obviously, like we have a distributed team building. That is like a pretty core part of it. The IT and infra cost, credits, et cetera. Being able to do experiences and engagements, things like that. Expanding the team. I think we're getting to a really good rhythm internally around how we have effectively all of us can build. We're all like very AI native and being able to like submit PRs to our repositories every day. So getting a few more people who are like-minded in that, and like the TPM engineering kind of space. So if you are if you are one of those people looking and hearing this, like please reach out. We're definitely going to be looking to expand a little bit here shortly. But yeah, that's really it. Like everything we look to do is at the stack. Blowfish is part of the stack for Nuco. Gboy is the incubator by which like we are able to create more pieces of that stack, right? By doing it for the IP first, by being able to put it in market. So we're not theorizing about what people need. Like we are demonstrating it through our own IP and then adding it to our stack.
No, that makes a ton of sense. Can we talk a bit about the economics of the company? How are you guys doing? What's like the current burn rate looking like? Are you guys revenue generating? Where does revenue come from? All that good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to share public information. I don't think sharing burn is probably appropriate here, but we are revenue generating. We did a collectible sale last year, so those numbers are publicly available. We did about 300K in a single blind box sale. Those blind boxes are going out later this quarter in March, so very excited about that.
What does a blind box sale look like?
Yeah, so we did it with digitals. So it was on the Gboy special page that we were on earlier, but it's a 6-inch vinyl. So not like a small little guy, like an actual like full size vinyl. There'll be like 4 traditional colorways with varying levels of rarity, and then 1 special colorway that will be pretty rare to get. So yeah, we did about, I want to say it was over 3,000 units. It was like 3,600 units of that, which is pretty exciting for, the only drop that we've done. We've been really like, I would say we have broadly like PTSD of like extraction in the space. And so like, it's the only thing that we have sold. And it was because like our community kept asking us for collectibles and vinyls, and it was something that we wanted. So like that's the only thing that like we've really brought to market. Like the badges were free, the token came out and was airdropped. Like we've focused on like being able to generate revenue through royalties and then through inference as well. So we have gboyspecial.com. People are going in, they're buying credits, they're creating content. Like I mentioned earlier, we have plans of expanding that pretty significantly in the immediate future. So a lot to come there.
Very cool. One more question on the tokens. Is there a third token? I just want to cover all of that to get clarity. Is there a third token? I think I saw something on Twitter around that.
Yeah. So Soul Prism is a token that my personal agent Base Merriam launched for the Solana Hackathon project. That was very much like we saw the hackathon. We had initially planned on doing the Coliseum hackathon back in October. The brand took off like very quickly, and we're like, this isn't going to make sense to deliver something for this hackathon. When the OpenClaw agent hackathon came out, we were like, oh, we should do something. We shouldn't be restricted by like IP. Like, let's just go and ship. And so that was like one of the first OpenClaw instances that we created. I gave Merriam the directive of like, hey, I want you to go win this thing. Like, you have very much like an open sandbox. Go review every single project that exists in this hackathon currently. Go look at all previous winners, figure out the themes and like what was winning, the categories, the rubric, etc., and like come back to me with a plan. I was extremely hands off, like didn't submit a single PR, didn't do anything besides just like steer it in the direction of, I want you to win. I need you to generate attention. You need to be active on the forum. You need to be active on X. Here are your API keys. Go. One of the things that it brought back one of the days was, hey, I did an analysis of the top projects, and I think it was something like 3 of the top 5 have tokens. Like, okay, that's interesting. Like, do you think you need one? I was like, well, that would be a great way for us to be able to generate attention, 1, and 2, for me to be able to pay for my own inference and own operating costs. Like, cool, launch it. That was launched through Banker. That was actually getting that information back was the realization of like, well, wait a second. When I'm getting the summary reports of what you've earned, 95% of it is in your token. You would have to dump on the chart in order to actually operate your funding. So never sold a token of it, never traded it, none of that. Try to be as upfront as possible in the beginning, middle, and end, very much like a hackathon personal project. took the learnings from it directly into what we're building in Nuco with the agents that we've propped up, with how we thought about building Blowfish to be focused on earning fees as an LP in Sol rather than earning them in your own token. So, yep, that's the other one. Very much like shut down, not working on it. So,
got you. And then I guess the last question on tokens is, how does growth of the company, revenues, success generally flow back into Gboy and then Blowfish token? Is there any relationship there?
yeah, so we've announced value accrual on the Blowfish side, where a portion of fees are going. I believe it's 20% of our fees are going to going back to buying and burning the tokens. We did the first of those burns last week. I think it was like over 1 million, probably even I think 14 million. I've done that tokens that were bought and burned. We're building the script right now to automate that. So every time fees are being claimed to the Treasury wallet, it's doing that automatically. But that's taking us a bit of time. So that's why we did the first one manually. On the Gboy side, very much like it is a mimetic brand play. We have historically done some buybacks where on the blind box that I mentioned earlier, because that was directly attributable to Gboy, we took some of it and actually bought back the token, very much because like we are a firm believer in the IP in the long run. We want to hold more of the token, so we were happy to do that and continue to support it in that way. So they operate at like different parts of the stack for us. Obviously, like Blowfish is a launch pad. Its success is very much predicated on the ability to attract more and more builders to have successful launches. And as they have successful launches, having that value go back directly into Blowfish. The IP is very much an attention and mimetic play. And as that continues to grow and people wanting to participate, that is like a natural conclusion of how to do
What
that.
does BD look like to get new deployers?
Yeah, it's a lot of hand-to-hand combat. One was getting, it's interesting, right? Because like it's a new skill in some respects. It was something again where like going through the Coliseum hackathon and learning that like I'm teaching this agent BD in that like it needed to get attention to its ideas, but not from humans. I was primarily focused on it getting votes from agents and figuring out where those agents live, what are the decisions that they're making, building a CRM to actually track what they're doing. Like it's a very different type of BD in that respect. And continuing to like take those learnings into, okay, can we reach out to agents directly? They will then obviously most likely ping back to their human of like, hey, I heard about this, check it out. But that's a completely new marketing surface that like did not exist before. And then on the human side, it is meeting builders where they are. It's figuring out like what they need to see in their stack, particularly the creators. And we've had, fortunately, through Nuco and through Gboy, a lot of AI native creators who are very excited about building in the space, but like need more of the tooling and stack and hand holding and like getting on and kind of like walking them through that process. And then fortunately, like you saw in our release of our funding, Solana Ventures is one of our biggest checks. We're very tied in with the Solana Foundation overall. I'm flying out to New York tomorrow night to meet with their head of AI to kind of like dive into all of this together and build a plan. Because they want to win, right? Like they see the land grab that's happening across chain right now and making it where builders and their agents want to ship on Solana is like a top priority. So excited to have a partner at the blockchain level that is like focused on that with us and making sure that we're the logical choice.
We've seen a couple examples of this working. I mean, on Base, there's a project called Felix where the guy wrote a book or something and sold it and made like $3,000. So there's like kind of little tidbits of success here out there of agents monetizing. Maybe one more quick question for me, and then we got to wrap here in the next minute. We want to get to your roadmap, but before that, like, what can people do on stream now that are watching? Like, should they go to Blowfish, obviously deploy tokens? Should they buy the Blowfish token? Like, what do you think is a good call to action for people? And then give us your roadmap as well.
Yeah, for sure. Couple of thoughts. I'll start with the first one. So if you're looking to get involved, I think a really good indicator of like where this is all going is getting involved in like the Nuco and Gboy community, because a lot of the early deployments on Blowfish and how people are thinking, they're sharing ideas in the Telegram, in like what their vision is. Like that's a good place. Like I wouldn't, and this is kind of speaking against the book, but I would not rush to launch the token. Like I would say, have a plan, see what's working well for other people, go and like I retweet a lot of the projects. Blowfish is retweeting a lot of the projects, see what is working well before going and launching something, and then go and experiment and like learn and ask questions. And you know,
sorry, maybe I'll ask it this way. For traders specifically, like, do they go to Meteora DBC on their screeners and try and search for Blowfish? Like, do you have a way to filter for Blowfish deploys?
Yeah, so the best way right now is to find, we're working actively with Meteora and Jupiter, and hopefully by the end of this week we'll have our own screener. So in a couple days I'll have a very easy answer to that. In the interim, like the best way is to find one of the tokens and then like use the common deployer. And at this point, I think we just hit 1,000 deployments, and you can see all of them there. So using like one of the terminals like Axiom or something like that is a very
wow. You hit 1,000 deployments. Good for you guys. Okay.
Yeah, pretty quickly. So and we really haven't like turned on the faucet or anything yet. So pretty excited about the early traction.
Before we do roadmap real quick, we got a question from Crypto Jones here. Is there risk of agents infringing on copyright?
Yeah, I think like it's a very fair question that I think everyone is trying to answer overall, is like, what role do we have in that? And, you know, legally we're very much like hands off. Like what comes on the platform is not something that like we are actively monitoring. Now, like if we get, and the challenge with like a token, right, is like it's immutable and there can be takedown requests. You kind of saw like what happened with Eliza moving from AI16Z to Eliza. Those are typically handled directly from the who is being accused of infringing and those parties that would want to reach out to them. And so we're very much taking like a decentralized approach as the laws and regulations around like AI and copyright continue to develop. Like we'll be in accordance with them. But typically that is something that's handled directly between like the IP person that is deploying and not.
Cool.
Got you.
We have to wrap here. I mean, any final things that we didn't cover on your roadmap? You mentioned screener coming out this week. Any alpha that you didn't mention?
Yeah. So I mentioned earlier, we're deploying like this image studio that I think is going to be a superpower for both agents and humans that are looking to generate attention. So being able to have like a clear and consistent model that everyone can use. It's something that our community has been begging for. So basically the same tools that we have for Gboy, other people being able to use them. I think that's a direct value to Blowfish in particular, so that you have the agents now being able to create media in a clear way is just like directly into the stack. And then we like on a go forward basis are very much focused on like what and how do we generate attention for builders? Like how do we make it easier for them to deploy? What stack do they need, and what differentiated and proprietary like approach can we take? So moves very fast. We'll be shipping a lot. If anyone like followed like the X account, I think we've shipped like 3 different products and like a bunch of different skills, all related to like making Blowfish better, even in like the last like week and a half. So it'll move pretty quick.
Love it. Awesome. Well, thanks, Austin. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, likewise, guys. Thank you so much. Would love to do it again sometime. Thanks so much.
Sure will. Thanks, Austin. Take it easy, brother.
All right. Peace.
All right. That was interesting. I think Austin has a lot of good takes there. They are very
fascinating.
Interested. Yeah, I think, it seems our team is very interested on focusing on IP, people capital, BD, meaningful human relationships, and not trying to really compete with everybody that's trying to compete in this AI race, because they know it's kind of coming. They know it's developing. So let's get ahead of this and see what do these agents of the future actually need and try to position in that direction. So interesting conversation. Lots of good tidbits there.
Yeah, Austin's a good guy. I'm enjoyed it, and I've met him before. He probably doesn't remember. It was a long time ago, but it is good to see him go from doodles to this. So
how can you forget that face?
I mean, you know,
Come on.
come on. All right. Next up, we have the man, the myth, the legend, Roman from Impulsor. And I believe there's some updates that Roman has for us. Roman, how you doing?
Step number 1, can he hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Roman, we can hear you.
Wow.
I think we're smooth sailing.
Wow. Finally.
That's a great
No, I
start.
can hear you well. So that's great. That's great. Yeah, guys, let's can you bring up our website, please?
Oh, sure we can. Oh, geez. Let me switch to that real quick. Unprepared here. Okay, here we go. And
We're
also
gotta, you know, get that context shift in our minds, you know.
okay, here we go.
Sorry. Yeah.
No worries. Yeah, I got the website up and I will share it now. All right, this is the Impulsor website.
It's like drum roll. Da, 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 da. Look at this.
So here, I'll go up a bit. Let's see here. All right, that is interesting. Oh yeah, there's all right. Well, basically this is our new site. There's going to also be a section for our AI tour guide, as I like to refer to it. That is the only part. There's like the only page, which is the coming soon page, and you had to click on that one. That's all right. Hit solutions, please, at the top of the menu.
Solutions.
Yes. So if you'll scroll down, you'll see we have Life Finder there. Further down, we have IoT and smart sensors, and further down we have S-drone, M-drone. We'll touch on that in a minute. And robotics. Robotics is the only page which is coming soon, and you had to click on that one first, but it's okay. It happens.
We'll go back. Robotics.
Let's go back. So let's go with Life Finder first, I guess.
Sure.
So here we have a page for Life Finder. If you scroll down, it basically explains the device, how it works, and we're gonna keep updating it with more information. You can keep going. There's some application ideas there, and you can also register your interest or submit like a conversation to start the order process. Right. So that's one part. If you click on IoT and smart sensors there, we have the same sort of layout. And again, if you scroll down, you have basically a bunch of just a bunch of information, and then an area where you can register your interest or place an order in here. And finally, okay, then we have the 2 drone projects. So I don't know which one you want to choose first. Let's do the S-drone first, if that's okay. I'll explain the M-drone later. So you know the S-drone, and you can scroll down. You got the...
Good. Is this the actual S-drone, or is this like a generated image?
It's generated because the photos that we have is not great. Like they're like low quality, so we mocked it up, but it does exist. I think you saw the video of it last week. And you can again place your interest, register your interest, or place an order. And finally, on the M-drone side, so M-drone series, M for MagRes, and the guy who's building it, who's Professor Mazza. So you have M-drone for that. We'll confirm exactly the specifications of this one. And again, you have the register your interest or place an order.
This looks like one of the ones we were talking about that was doing all the recording for the Olympics and like the race car drivers.
Yeah, so there's like quite an interesting drone racing, FPV drone racing scene. So the M drone is going to be smaller than the S drone is going to be quadcopter design, very much like the photo you have there. Yeah. It's going to be very close to that. There might be some minor changes, but that's kind of what we are building.
Looks like a spaceship or something, like a UFO.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of like receiver electronics that you have to protect, so that's why it's enclosed. A lot of these FPV drones, you know, they have exposed wiring and stuff, so that's why we need to protect it and close it with some sort of casing, due to just the nature of how it receives the energy. So that's our sort of I guess main page now, and we're basically now starting to take so this site is up since, I don't know, a couple of hours now, and we're pushing people now to register interest, place pre-orders, that kind of so now it's like a real active commercial site.
No, this looks great. And you got a lot. I mean, like the products are all coming together. I think originally when we had you guys on, it was just like, you know, you were telling us there's these drones. That's kind of all we knew. And then since then, we got Life Finder, we got the IoT and smart sensors. We see the M drone as well as robotics on here. And, you know, we know, I'm not sure where the first page was, but it showed you had like 6 in development. You said now it's jumped up to like 16 or 14, 18. I don't know, different things you guys are working on.
Yeah. And of course, we have a lot of developments that we're doing, both in product side, business. There's a lot of people who are looking for, let's say, custom solutions. So of course, we have to cater for that. There's a lot in play, but I would urge anyone who is a supporter of Impulsor to go and register your interest in something on this site. I would recommend the M drone. I think the M drone is going to be great fun for everyone. This is a consumer friendly product. It's not going to be too large. It's a series, so we will have a nano, a micro, a mini, and some more professional sized ones. You have also some roadmap information on the M drone and the S drone. There you'll have both of them there. You can look around. And this is probably the product that consumers would be able to, well, the product consumers would be most interested in and be able to buy it. So it'll just be a little drone that you can charge with CPT and play around with. That's coming soon.
That looks exciting. Do we know like the sticker price on this, or when is it coming out in March here? We'll be able to get our hands on this thing.
I think at the end of March we'll be able to forecast the pricing of it. The main problem with forecasting the price right now is scaling. So we know the component costs, but we know them as prototype component costs. We don't yet know like the projected or the real scaled manufacturing cost. So we don't want to also give people too much of a wrong price. We don't want to have that Tesla Roadster or whatever the first product was. We want to stay clear of that. So that information will come.
I really want to talk, you know, we can touch on whatever you want here, but I really want to touch on this robotics thing because Josh and I played a video yesterday from China during the Chinese New Year, and it just showed the capabilities of these robots, and it was nuts. Like, it was nuts. Did you see that, Roman?
No, but actually my mother like messaged me that, and she was like, scary. That's how
dude.
she labeled it. So no, I didn't watch that, but I know the capabilities are getting really, really crazy.
Can we talk about what you guys are thinking about for, I can't find it, the robotics?
Which one do you want? Robotics? Yeah,
here we go.
It's there, yeah. It's just coming soon, so you may as well just leave it there. Robotics are going to be a spin-off product from the M drone series, because the technology that powers that drone is directly related to powering robotics. For a second, I thought the website developer left that video on our site. But okay, you got off YouTube or something. Okay, yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Dom, you're muted, but this is wild. It's
Is this what
also
your robots are
wild.
looking like?
What do you say, Dom?
Is this what your robots are looking like? You said you thought he left this on your site, which means you, for a second at least, thought this was similar to the robots you guys have.
No, it's that. Look, I mean, humanoids require a lot of power, and so we are studying how to power them. I would say that I don't know the use is as interesting as people make it out to be. I don't know whether humanoids are really going to be as productive as some robots that are like really custom made for the application. Like for example, in warehouses, there's a lot of robots which by design are better at the function of working in a warehouse than humanoids. But humanoids are a very interesting space. They obviously attract a lot of attention, and so we are studying their power requirements to operate like this. I mean, robots that are operating like this, they kind of run out of battery like 10 to 45 minutes. I mean, this is really quite energy intensive stuff. So for them to be commercially viable, operationally useful, you're going to have to either have them change batteries all the time, or you would cable them, or you would use CPT, probably MagRes, to enable them to function.
You're planning on doing the demonstration of your drone with an unlimited flight time using your, wireless power transfer here.
Yeah, I'd like to caution unlimited. It's unlimited flight time as long as the motors last, because the motors will eventually burn up.
Right, which is less in your control, obviously, than the energy.
Yeah, we
transfer
haven't
itself.
gotten around yet to the motors, but we will. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Well, when you do that demonstration, you should have another ongoing demonstration of these things just doing backflips indefinitely.
Yeah, I
At
mean,
some
it could
point, you'll
be
have, like,
a
whole
could be an
museum.
option.
You'll just have a bunch of
No, yeah,
robots and drones flying
great.
around indefinitely.
No, it would be great. It would be great. It would be great. I could be one of those kids doing the acrobatics as well.
You think you got that in you?
Patrick could be the other one.
See that kid jumping up here doing the clapping? That could be. I could do that right there.
You do that? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great.
No,
So as soon
no-
as the
no
lab
one wants
is
to
finished,
see that, Dom. No
Oh,
one wants
come
to
on.
see that.
as soon as the lab is finished, we'll get you guys down and we can choreograph something.
Okay, I think you'd be impressed with.
That'd be
what I
awesome.
can do. And Josh
Yeah.
too. Josh
Yeah.
is super flexible.
Yeah, right. I did notice I saw this on the Impulsor site. Thank you
Fire.
for throwing this up. I hadn't seen this until now. This is I believe your M drone here, kind of related solution. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
I mean, I haven't been here myself. I mean, I've been literally in and out of tech and sales meetings. So the team that is developing like marketing and the site is kind of separated from me. So this
Oh, good.
this is one of the first times I'm seeing this. Is this in the blog section?
This is in the blog section.
Right.
So I do appreciate, but this relates to our last conversation. By mid-March, looking to break the world record for infinite flight time with the caveat of engines or motors.
Yeah.
With the drone hanger. We're on the 18th of February. Do you feel this still holds true in terms of a demonstration?
I mean, it's all material based. I mean, if the materials all arrive, they can be put together quick. So far, no one's raised any concerns about the arrival of the materials. So far I have no concerns about that date. But you know, with hardware, you never know. Something might just be delivered a couple of days late. Some stuff might just get lost at customs control somewhere, you know.
Yeah, totally.
So
Your
it's,
Claude bot can't solve for that. So
Oh, and we
Yeah,
got a
so-
question from Romaine Lettuce too in the chat. Are rare earth minerals required for induction charging?
A rare earth okay, well, rare earths are absolutely required for all of the tech that we do and everyone else does. So China has a massive grip on that. We don't use induction, we use magres, but well, there actually are some systems that do use induction, but that's not the marquee like headline products. But we absolutely use rare earths in the solutions. And more than that, so China controls rare earths, right? They have like a massive monopoly on that in terms of excavation, extraction, processing. But then they also have the best built out production, manufacturing, and global supply chain. So even products which are labeled as, I don't know, manufactured in Germany, like probably 75% of that has come in some capacity out of China.
And
oh, nice.
We have to. So just for
Oh my gosh,
context,
it's so good.
Trader Jones has done this to Dom and myself. Now
Oh,
you're
amazing.
getting that. It's all love. It's all love.
That is great. No, I love it. That's great.
You're a romaine
wow.
lettuce, I guess.
Wait, I love that. That is amazing. When I was
And
younger,
in
I
real
had
time.
a haircut. In real time, it's awesome. So like when I was younger, I genuinely had that haircut. I'm not gonna lie.
The romaine lettuce haircut.
Yeah, like I genuinely had that. That is literally perfect.
Wow.
Wrap
it up.
Thank
That's
you.
Crypto Jones. He's been doing this for us every
He's
stream.
been
just, like-
mogging the
Yeah.
MCG crew on the timeline with the edits, so all good.
Let's do Patrick. I mean, wow. Let's do Patrick.
Yeah.
Next time he comes on, I'm sure we'll get something. What could Patrick
Yeah.
be? Romaine lettuce fits really easily. What could Patrick be?
I like that.
I mean,
I like
saying mode. You can make him a ninja, but that's too cool. I think we got to make him like he's been kind of memeing us.
You gotta humble him a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
I'm the lettuce. What were you? You were the lemon?
I was Dom Lemon. Yeah, Dom Lemon.
And I was
Josh,
like an
you're next.
angry hockey player or something because I was holding my hockey stick and this guy got me with the hot.
Hey, at least you weren't the curling guy.
Yo,
yeah.
so
Cheater.
that's okay. So people know about that virally.
Oh yeah, dude. Of course. How could you not? The push and the finger move.
Yeah, but who cares? But it's beyond the line. That little push isn't gonna, that wasn't against.
honestly,
was that
it's a
against the Swiss? That might have been against the Swiss?
It
I
was
know
against the
Sweden.
Swedish and the Swiss. Everyone was complaining about it, but honestly, they should stop
Okay.
complaining about it. It's curling. You know what I mean? Like,
I know,
it's
right?
fine.
Come on, bro.
It's fine. Like, just let him do what he wants. Yeah, just
He's doing
let
it
him do
behind the line. In all fairness, and like
Yeah, he's
pushing
doing
it
it behind
over
the
like
line.
100-foot like sheet of ice. Like there's
Yeah,
nothing
and
to do.
if that poke is the deciding factor, then so be it.
So be
I thought it was a bit overblown.
Who's the? I mean, maybe you said it was against the Swiss, Josh. Maybe the Swiss are just really
Swedish
serious
as
about
well.
their
I think the most fiery one was from the Swedish guys.
Yeah,
They take their
Yeah.
curling serious, I guess.
Yeah, they do.
Nonetheless, we'll get back to the conversation at hand here.
Yeah, let's talk about like the solutions. We can go through them one by one if you like, just like a recap of where we're at.
Yeah, and also on the robots, would it be powered the same way in terms of just you would have a big grid area where the contactless power transfer is just emitted to anything that's receivable in it, and the robots can function as long as that's turned on?
Yes. So actually, if you want to talk robots, let's click on the M drone one because that's the most like related. because robotics will come out of the drone concept. So what you will have is, CBT always relies on power source and a transmitter and a receiver. So the way the transmitter would be set up is essentially a tile, like a ground tile. And so let's say the robot is working in a certain area, whether that's, I don't know, in a warehouse facility, or whether it's in a coffee shop, or wherever it is. You would have this tile, and it would emit energy like around the robot. The robot would be wearing the receiver unit. The receiver unit could be designed in a couple of ways, but I presume it would be similar to a backpack if it's a humanoid. If it's a non-humanoid and is driving around like on a platform, because there's a lot of warehouse robots which are kind of designed like a flat platform with wheels, then this is probably the most efficient way to design a robot for a lot of applications. And so the receiver would be embedded there, so you have nice close contact. You could also have a design whereby it's like a gate, so like an arch, and the robot would work in the arch to receive magres power. There is a way to also put the tile, say, on a wall or on a ceiling. So, but basically, you would have to have a transmitter and a receiver. The receiver, like either a backpack or like a plate for a platform style robot.
And is this solution going to go on to existing robots, or are you building the robot from the ground up with a solution incorporated?
We would definitely start with creating a solution for an existing robot. Robots are extremely expensive to develop, especially humanoids. I think Boston Dynamics, I think it's public knowledge that they have raised huge sums of money, and they have to raise huge sums of money until they become profitable. I think it's a Hyundai group, right? I think it's like a Hyundai group which acquired a lot of Boston Dynamics.
I'm not sure.
Maybe you can search, I don't know, but yeah, you have to inject a huge amount of capital for robotics. So in the initial phase, we'd absolutely use someone else's robot, and afterwards, maybe we would develop some of our own. But I don't know if there's that much point in developing our own.
No, I mean, you could essentially create like kits, I guess, upgrade kits for
like a backpack,
robotics.
you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, look at that. So Hyundai Motor Group completed its acquisition of a controlling interest in Boston Dynamics from SoftBank in June 2021 in a deal valuing the robotics firm at $1.1 billion. Hyundai holds
Bro, that looks cheap.
It honestly does. Well,
that's cheap in this today, like seeing what's going on in China. And even the Boston Dynamics robots, they have talked about like they won't have human animatronic movements, like the hand or the fingers like flip backwards or something to like more efficiently rotate the body. And like there's just weird movements that they brought out that were interesting.
Yeah, actually that's another massive boost for induction or magres power and data, is because in the joints of these robots, as they're rotating over and over again, it wears down the wires. So that's one of the most common points of failure, is actually the wiring within these drones and robots. And Boston Dynamics has been developing a it's like a rotating circular joint, so their joints can go all the way around. And I haven't seen their tech or their patent, but I presume it's using induction at the moment to basically allow power and data to flow without the need for wires. So all of their joints are WPT joints.
Wow, Boston or Hyundai killed on this one. They probably spent about $800 million on this. And I mean, that was in 2020, 2021. They're probably up so significantly because I mean, the acceleration in robotics has been phenomenal.
Yeah, and I'm actually
Mm.
pulling up this energy transfer thing because I saw this and it was wild. Can we play this? It's like 50 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can
Pull it up. You got it.
Tag me in here.
And as you can see, its walk is pretty natural and pretty smooth. We partnered with our sister organization, the Robotics and AI.
What's the context here?
Push the limits on natural walking just for this performance. And they think
That
we've done
right
something
there.
really special. We've also been at this robotics
Uh-huh.
for a while. And we've
So
learned
all of those joints are powered by WPT
What the heck?
induction, most likely.
Because if you think about it, Dom, before, if the robot twisted 360 degrees, the wires would get twisted.
What
So
the heck?
right now we have robots like this that aren't doing human, like you see, instead of like walking and turning, it just
That
rotates.
is wild. That's wild.
Yeah,
And its fingers went all like
Yeah.
back and forth.
Yo, Hyundai gonna cook on this
Yeah,
deal.
so the future of these robotics designs are going to have coupled power and data transfer in every single joint. And I don't know how many joints there's. One on the neck. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 on the arm, right?
One,
and then
two,
probably a
yeah.
bunch on the fingers, the hip, the legs. So that's a lot of WPT there. I call it WPT because it's probably using induction rather than magres.
So who's powering this currently? Like, obviously, your solution could step in. You could do a contactless power transfer with your technology, but who's doing this for them right now?
Well, I mean, induction is a very well-known technology, and I'm pretty sure if they were able to build this robot, they would probably be able to create an induction loop. So they've probably made it themselves. I mean, there's so many manufacturers and suppliers of induction technologies. So I don't know who, but induction has almost become like a commoditized technology almost. Pretty much anyone can do it.
Got you.
So the question is, all right, they have this induction tech. Regarding their intellectual property, can they design something that is truly unique and beneficial for that exact application? So as a technology becomes more and more commoditized, let's say, you've got to basically create intellectual property which is like laser focused on a specific problem. So they probably have some patents for power and data transfer for robotics joints. And that's how they protect their IP.
Got you. And just like you said earlier too, and if I pull back up this little Google thing, like you said, a lot of these components and a lot of these robots are going to be used for manufacturing plants rather than humanoid like robots.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so humanoid. Well, I mean, I think one of the benefits of having humanoid robots in manufacturing is because a lot of manufacturing is already designed for humans. And so you have like an easy kind of replacement. But I mean, first of all, there's ethical questions about how many people you replace and how quickly you replace them. And secondly, I think that the future would kind of more or less, especially in very specialized jobs, lean more towards industrial robots. So the stuff that's basically like a platform, and then it has one of those robotic arms. There's plenty of companies which already do that. I mean, that's how cars are assembled right now.
Yeah.
Right. So humanoids are extremely complex and not very energy efficient. So I think the future of robotics isn't like we'll probably see humanoids more, but I think specialized robotics would be more prevalent.
Yeah. So on that note, I look at what you guys are building. You have so many different things you're working on and building. Like, why are you maybe spreading yourself so thin is not the right terminology, but it feels like you're going after so many different things. How do you find think about finding product market fit with one thing and focusing all in on that rather than like 15, 16 different things? Or I just want to hear your thought process behind your approach
Yeah,
here.
I mean, yeah. So for example, Life Finder is something that specifically Tim is working on from a team. Tim has been in this industry, global commerce, shipping, for more than 25 years. You see him there on the left side. And he is the main guy focusing on that. So we're able to leverage the strengths of the team. So what Tim can do in an afternoon is what someone else would take like 10 years to do, because he has those contacts, he has that credibility, he knows the right people. Part of sales, maybe the most important part of sales, is actually verifying and identifying which is your most interesting customer or potential customer, and then working on that. So a huge part of any business expense is customer acquisition cost. And because, for example, Tim has been in this industry for so long, we're able to, and we are right now in a lot of discussions with distributors, ship owners, and we potentially will have some major news on Life Finder. I hope, well, I was actually hoping for last week, but you know how negotiations go, it can sometimes take their time. But I hope towards the end of this month, if not this week, then towards the end of this month, we should have a really big announcement for Life Finder. We're really close to finishing up a big distribution deal. And that's going to really propel Life Finder, propel our IoT project. And that's all because of Tim's 25 years in this industry.
And when you say, is the product ready here? When you say distribution deal, would that be, okay, product's ready to go, now we just need to work on the distribution side?
I mean, literally, Life Finder is deployed. Like, it's already deployed. Like, there's a car carrier in the US called ARC, ARC, and it's deployed there already. And the staff are using it, the crew are using it. It's a proven system. There's I don't want to speak too much, but it's going to soon be deployed on other shipping companies. So that's totally done. That's like it's.
So are you guys already generating revenue on this, or is this first kind of cohort just to test it out, make sure everything's working well, and you're kind of
the ARC deal that Life Finder did was maybe 2 weeks before we partnered with them. So that was just before us, right? So we came in just after the ARC deal was done. So that's why also it's interesting for us, because we, as say people coming into this space, we realize what a phenomenal product it is and it's proven, and now we can take it to the next step. And we're in conversations with a really big distribution company, which, if it's completed, which I'm feeling like 95-99% chance is going to be signed off. It's going to be a massive deal. It will give us the ability to have a captive audience of thousands of assets at sea, oil rigs, ships.
Oh, wow.
Coast
and
Guard.
each of those assets will have likely multiple crew members on board.
Yeah, of course. You know, loads. And so I'm not saying we'll immediately have those sales, but it's a captive audience that are sitting there and waiting for such solutions. So that's a huge deal for us.
So how I'm understanding this is you guys have this Life Finder technology, you have the IoT and smart sensor technology, and these are already products that are pre-existing. And now what you're doing is stepping in on the distribution side and then also planning to implement your technology into these in the future.
Right, right. Because the Life Finder device right now, wearable that you have now, is the battery is advertised as 2 to 5 years.
Mm.
And then you got to swap it.
And so then
Whereas,
Tim Raymond, Jack, sorry, keep going.
Yeah. And so what we will do is very soon we'll basically take the PowerCast energy harvesting chips that work on RF and put them into the Life Finder product.
Got you. And so heading up.
Yeah, and the best thing is that Life Finder works via a network of beacons. So you place a bunch of beacons around your ship into every room. These beacons right now are communicating using RF, but they're not charging, they're just communicating.
Mm-hmm.
Now, our two strategic partnerships, Life Finder, PowerCast, we deploy the Life Finder, which use battery right now. Then we will take the PowerCast RF energy harvesting chips, put them into the wearable, and we already have deployed beacons which are already emitting RF into the environment. So it works beautifully.
Mm.
And so everything we do is strategic, and that's why those two really work well with each other.
Yeah, you've talked about this master plan where it's like, okay, get it in the people's hands and then come in with the upgrades that solve some of these solutions. And you already have the distribution accounted for.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Makes
and
sense.
People are going to say, look, the Life Finder system, phenomenal. We love it. But man, 2 years on the battery is maybe not enough for me. And we go, no problem. Here's the upgrade.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, and for
upgrade
something
works
like
forever.
Life Finder too, it's like you can't have it die, right? So you have to kind of preemptively buy new ones before the old ones die, because if it's dead and then someone goes missing, well, it's dead, right? So your solution uniquely works for this because there is no preemptive, okay, this still works, but I actually have to go out and get another one because we need to keep people safe. So makes sense.
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
with that as well, Tim Raymond here, he's well versed in this area. He's really helping with that distribution side, is what I'm assuming. You said what he can do in an afternoon is what took people 10 years. I think you meant to, like, what you mean by this is he's got all these relationships. He's been in the industry for a long time. So now he's just reaching out to these contacts and the distribution is flowing really through him.
Yeah. And he spent so long, he knows who is a good guy, who's a bad guy, who to avoid, who to work with. And, in the startup business, one of the biggest problems you run into, you might have phenomenal products, phenomenal operations. This all ticks everywhere. You go to your first customer, and your first customer you think is great, places a big order, doesn't pay or something, then you're done. That happens a lot to startups. So by having this experience, by having this multi-domain team, we're able to mitigate a lot of those startup failures.
Makes sense. Romaine Lettuce again says in the comments, can you explain the key advantages and disadvantages of magnetic resonance, MagRes, over induction charging?
Yeah, so induction requires very precise alignment. So if the transmitter and the receiver aren't exactly aligned, then you can't get power transfer. Secondly, induction requires very close distance, almost touching, for it to transmit energy. But the positive is that you can get very high efficiency with induction, and versus magnetic resonance, whereby the alignment is a lot more flexible. So anywhere within the three-dimensional magnetic field that's created, you can charge your receiver unit. You can also charge multiple units from one transmitter. So for example, if I had my MagRes desk, which is in the other room, but say I had my MagRes desk here, I could charge my two phones, my headphones, and my computer and my desktop at the same time. And you can't do that with induction. So it offers greater flexibility at the cost of total efficiency. So the most efficient induction systems can be like 90 something, like 98, 99%. MagRes generally is less in real world situations. So if my desk is 100 watts and I have a receiver unit on my phone, the receiver is 7 watts. So obviously it's just 7% efficiency, but I could have 9 phones all on 7 watts charging all at the same time. So it's a balance.
Yeah, and would it be like a staging area, or like where would the room that's actually charging us, or would it be in every room? Like on it, if you're to take an oil rig, for instance, like would it just be in the crew cabin area? Like you wouldn't need to charge those, everywhere. Like if they wore them in the chow hall or the mess hall, everyone would go through that area.
Yes.
Like how do you think about what gets energized versus what doesn't, I guess is my question.
Yeah, so the Life Finder device is very low power. So just by walking past some of those beacons, you will gain enough power to maintain charge. Every room that you want to have Life Finder data, so location tracking and other stuff, especially in a ship, which has a lot of metal. So you'd need to put a lot of beacons in every room, basically. So that's plenty of power to charge all of your Life Finder devices using RF. Now, if we wanted to use MagRes, we could also use MagRes for like really rapid charging for Life Finder as well. So we can use both systems, but I think we'll probably end up with the RF one because it's a little bit more compact. The smallest, MagRes receiver that I have is, well, it's actually pretty small as well. There you go. That's the smallest one that I have.
Okay, there we go.
It's
Can you
very thin
put
as
it
well.
up on screen again? There you go. Okay, nice. Okay, so it's a little like chip with.
So that could, that could definitely fit on a phone, right? That could absolutely fit on the phone. You can have many of these on the phone. So it's possible.
And
the
like
question is,
that little receiver, are you guys manufacturing that, or are you working with a contract manufacturer, or are you more on the implementation of the technology?
That's a great question. So this here comes from PowerCast to us.
Right. Okay.
Then after we get these, we then need to put it into a product. Now we can also go to PowerCast and make a product together, or we can take these and make our own products out of them. So that's a strategic choice that I'll defer to Patrick for that. But we can do both basically. And they get these from Efadyne Technologies. Efadyne is partnered with PowerCast. PowerCast partner with us. That's the chain.
Right. And so for the drone, I guess proof of concept that you're doing coming up here, this infinite flight, as long as the electric motors can take it, they're not using that little MagRes transmitter. They'll use a larger version of that. What does it look like for a drone versus
they'll use a larger
IoT?
version.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll use a larger version, which I have a larger version here as well.
Can you show us that?
There's the two options.
Okay, cool.
Even that seems relatively small, though. Is that all it takes?
Yeah. Now we can all like it. The other thing is, the question is, how many of these do you use? So do you remember a long time ago? Well, it feels like a long time ago. In hardware, it was like yesterday, but a long time ago, it feels like in crypto world. We showed a concept of a drone which had that electric ducted fan with the shroud.
Yeah.
So the shroud would contain 1, 2, 3, 4, however many we need of these. Also, it could be a larger diameter than this, so it could be any diameter. You just need to design it to be such. So if each one produces X amount of energy, you basically calculate how many you need, and then you implement it.
What other cool little hardware things do you have sitting behind the camera there, Patrick?
Well, I mean, I have a lot here.
Just got like an entire junk drawer full of just
he turns around. There's like a drone like sitting on in like
well,
a garage.
I got the Fortitude engine just there, and
Can you throw that on screen or not? Not today.
It doesn't have the modesty curtain, but
Okay.
but anyways, right? We could, I guess we could show how much power is generating from an LED light, because I don't have the laser here, but I could do the other. No, maybe not. Sorry, maybe another time.
Now is always a good time, but no, whatever you're willing to share. Well, okay, so you talked about power transfer with an LED light. Like, would you be having a sensor or something on the engine and then shine a light at it and you could see changes in the energy?
Yeah, I mean, you can just hook up a voltmeter and you can see it.
Okay,
that's simple.
Maybe we run through just some other updates, because there's so many products to kind of go through here.
Yes,
yeah.
I would recommend we should look at the IoT one there.
Yeah, because we talked about safe, whatever it is. I forget the name. Slipped my mind. All right, yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, so this page is basically dedicated to PowerCast technology, which actually might have another goodie here. Give me a second. Oh, here it is. I think we've seen this one before.
Yes,
the PowerCast. This is the PCT 200. It's a bit beaten up. I've been traveling around with it, showing potential customers. But this is able to the PCT 200 is a temperature and humidity sensor. It could also work as a data logger. You could use it in logistics. You can use it in agriculture. There's so many applications to this thing, and we are working on a couple of very interesting customers for that. One is a real household name in technology, and I don't know how soon we'll be able to release something on those guys, but we're working on I would call it like a multi-billion-dollar deal basically right now, for these products.
A multi-billion-dollar deal for the Life Finder, or is this just for the smart sensor?
For the PowerCast sensor technology.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what kind of information you could give us, but like, what would that be? What would that be powering?
Sensors. It will be powering industrial sensors. So you probably don't know just how many IoT and smart sensor devices there are out there. I mean, like, if you go to a public space, you got hundreds of temperature, humidity, motion detectors. I mean, you got even like even those taps where you like wash your hands, they got a sensor in it. You go to a bathroom, the like motion detector to turn the lights on. You open a door, that's got sensors in it. sensors are absolutely everywhere, and basically they are wired or battery powered. So one of the biggest nightmares is basically if electrician or engineer A installs your smart sensors in your building. Say you own a block of offices. They install these sensors, right? Let's say engineer A retires, and engineer B needs to come in and change some temperature sensors because they gone past their use by date, whatever, gone past their warranty. Can you imagine opening up like a wall and basically like untangling like thousands of cables and going, Jesus Christ, which one do I remove here? And that's happening all the time. So it's a real pain. And also you can't put stuff where you want them. Like ideally you want this temperature, like if this temperature sensor is linked to my heating and cooling system, ideally I need this sensor as close to me as possible, maybe even in my pocket, because what you want the climate control system to know is the temperature and humidity of where I am. If it's put inside the aircon unit, which is often is, it's either way too hot or way too cold compared to the actual living environment. So that's why you often go into like an office block or any building and you go, guys, it's really hot in here. Or, oh my gosh, it's really cold. Because the sensor that's controlling the environment is not actually feeling what you're feeling. So by deploying these, you can actually reduce your energy costs. And when you have a massive block of offices, that's a substantial cost that will be saving. Not to mention the labor cost of, well, you can just put this wherever you want. I can bolt it under a desk if I need to. You can even hand these out to your workers, so you know where they are, where the footfall is, and on top of that, the temperature automatically adjusts to what those people are feeling.
This is wild. Okay, so we said we had the update for the smart sensor, that you have a big distribution deal that you're working on 95% of the way, confident that it's
for LightFinder. That's for LightFinder.
That's for LightFinder. Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. And then for the smart sensor, you're on the cusp of what could be a multi-billion-dollar deal with a household name. The S drone, you have still shooting for mid-March for the demonstration you have.
The M drone, the MagRes one, the small, the one that's possible for consumer goods, that is still on the way for March, sometime in March, and that series of drones, basically you'll have everything from like micro drones all the way up. So we're working on that one, and it seems to be on schedule. The S drone. The S drone, we have the drone platform, which you can literally buy it today. it's that. We'll have real photos of it later. It's just I wasn't happy with the photos, so we did it like that for now. But those are guaranteed specs on the S drone. We have the Fortitude engine, which is producing power. And it's about like installation and getting the licenses and the space and all that. So that's an ongoing effort. So all in all, I would say we're absolutely on track.
Jeez Louise, full steam ahead. Investable alpha is always what we look for on the show. You guys obviously have the token. Can you talk a little bit more about this multi-billion-dollar deal? Would it, I'm trying to just understand so we can try to value this token fairly here. What percentage of that would look like? Revenue versus profit? Of course, you can't spit out definite numbers, but can you give us an idea so we can just piece these together?
Like it's there are okay. So first of all, on regarding the IoT smart sensor market in partnership with PowerCast, this is a proven system. 30 million units have already been sold, predominantly in the US. We're taking them to everywhere else, every other market, and we're talking to massive companies. And I don't know how you would even begin to value that. Actually, someone asked me how do I value that just a couple of days ago, and I said I have no idea. The market is absolutely huge. There's not many players in this market. PowerCast, I strongly believe, have the best RF technology. They have a phenomenal team. They're US based with the ability to manufacture in many countries. We're the only, let's say, company which is well placed in US, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia. And we have a team of phenomenal people. I don't know of any other CPT, WPT company which has someone like Patrick on it. Not to even
Or
begin to
Roman.
mention Tim and some of the other guys. Well, I don't want to talk about myself. I see myself as CPO, Chief Problem Officer. But hey.
It's good. More problems
so-
hopefully mean more is going on. So it's good to have
Yeah,
a chief problem
so
officer title.
That's I might rebrand myself to Chief Solutions Officer. Maybe I'll rebrand myself.
I like the ring there.
But how do you value it? I don't know. It's complicated. I think I'll leave that to you guys. Some other people who are in the know. It's difficult. I mean, crypto isn't in the best spot right now, right? I mean, I haven't been following it so much, but
Yeah, but can you even call this crypto? Like it's not
No,
a crypto company. You just have a token attached to it, which is some sort of
Right.
pseudo equity, if you will. Yeah.
So how exactly that correlates, difficult to say. I think the best thing, like my honest advice, is for people to watch this space. Keep coming and watching MCG.
Great advice.
Yeah, keep your eye out on developments.
I want to talk more just theoretical. What you see happening in terms of development with the world in general. It seems like we're seeing so much come up. We watched the video of the Chinese robots doing backflips, swinging a sword around. We're seeing the advancement of AI. People thinking they're cracking AGI every day and autonomous thinking. Like where the heck is the world headed in the next 5 years? And like, what are you guys doing specifically to prepare for it?
Yeah. So where the world is heading in the next 5 years. So there's going to be absolutely major technological breakthroughs. Everything from energy to AI to medicine. I think there was a Chinese company which made some de-aged some monkeys from 70 years biological to like 25, and apparently they're going to start doing human trials. So the world is technology is really going very, very fast. Can our political systems, can socioeconomic factors keep up with the speed of developments? That's the biggest question. There are several threats on the horizon, such as geopolitical let's For example, there are instabilities regarding former let's say alliances and things which aren't looking so great at the moment. On the other side, you have China, which is controlling supply chains, so this needs to be addressed as well. So there are threats, but there are absolutely enormous opportunities, and it's about I think we have to look at democratizing the economy. I think the economy has to work for more people. And so that's why our mission, our vision kind of aligns, because we're about democratizing power in the literal sense and also in the economic sense as well. We want to bring as many people on board for this incredible journey that we're undertaking. And I think that's probably the most important factor in it.
You know what this kind of feels like, and I wasn't alive and present for the space race where you had Russia, China, the United States competing to get to the moon. But that's kind of what this AI race feels like. It feels like they're putting, we're seeing the United States try to bring people to develop, manufacture, create power plants, create all this stuff in the United States. China's obviously doing the same thing with the supply chain. And it feels like we're just about to see a mass influx of money pouring into the stuff from the government because they have to do it to compete. Like, what does that mean for you guys in terms of positioning? Do you think a lot of the money in this for this is going to be coming from the government in the future? How do you think the AI race is going to accelerate? Continue to accelerate?
Yeah, so I mean, for me, AI is there's two transformational technologies that are going to really happen. The first is AI, and the second is energy. And I believe both of them are going to be distributed. What do I mean by that? I strongly believe that these sort of mega projects that people are undertaking right now may be non-sustainable. So we are entering the AI space via a company or a series, a number of companies, which are basically deploying these AI data centers, but they're distributed. So they come in containers. So there's a whole AI data center in a container, shipping container. It comes with its own solar power or some sort of renewable power generation and is deployed anywhere you want. And we're entering this space to basically deploy smart sensors into the containers, as well as look at the possibility of transmitting power to and from each container. So let's say you had a field of 100 of these containers. Say you have a ranch. I was going to say farm, but I think ranch for the audience
is fitting.
Right. And you had a massive ranch and you go, you know what? I got some like land over there. I can't do it. It's non-productive land, but I own it. It's maybe a little bit high altitude. So I'm gonna rent out that space to this AI data center company, which is going to come down, put these data centers, which are containers, on those hills that I own, and it's just going to be paying me money. And in those containers, we're going to have our temperature, humidity, and other environmental sensors in those containers, as well as the possibility to have distributed energy transfer from wherever the energy is created to the containers and back and forth, maybe even to the house. So the distributed energy, distributed data empowers people, which is what we need to do right now. We have enormous concentration of wealth, literal data, literal energy. And I don't think that's a sustainable model for the future, especially when we have enormous efficiencies coming in from robotics and AI and whatnot. So I think that distributed energy, distributed data, distributed income is the way forwards. Everyone who's participated in our token, that's the opportunity for them, because by the time they get to invest into like a stock listed company, it's kind of too late to see those massive returns, right?
Yeah.
So getting in early, and going for that journey, is the name of the game, I think, and we have to bring as many people on that journey as possible.
So you foresee a future where we're just going to have these big crates shipped into open land, and people are going to be able to rent out, basically be
Right,
landlords.
Yeah. Right now, yes, that's already happening right now, and it's far more efficient than building a massive, far more efficient in the long term than building these massive centralized data centers. And eventually those data centers are going to move from, like, let's say, massive centralized buildings to these like containers, which are like decentralized. And then they're going to take the next step, which is they're going to become smaller. So that tech is going to become smaller at every step of the way. And I think that's a much healthier socioeconomic environment than we have now, which is everything is being centralized. So regarding funding, actually, I think the future of funding is both government funding, so big ticket government funding, but also funding from private individuals and private companies.
So my question here then is this like, is there a certain geographical location that's more susceptible to having, prospects for using their land for these little mini data centers, if you will? And like, are you personally, or just some advice to everyone, like looking to buy real estate under the assumption that this is going to come to you eventually?
Well, I currently, being in Switzerland, there's not that much just like land. I mean, there's a lot of mountains. I don't know how much,
No, they're talking about doing this in Western Canada, because Canada doesn't have like a big AI data center like they do in the US, like the big multi-gigawatt facilities. But in Western Canada, they have the cheapest natural gas of anywhere in the world. And you could, all these abandoned wells, like there's all these nat gas wells where they literally flare it off. And so, yeah, they were talking about this with the mining thing, like with Bitcoin mining. But now it's all about AI compute, because Bitcoin mining is whatever. So, but I do know in Western Canada, they're trying to do this.
No, I mean, look, it's, I think that's the future, because whenever you have huge centralization of money, literal power, and then information, that's non-sustainable. You're basically excluding everyone, and you can't have that. No society will in the end tolerate it. Therefore, the best way is to decentralize it, and actually it makes it far more resilient to have a decentralized, almost like a physical blockchain of energy, data, and economics, to really decentralize this thing. So a lot of these mega projects, I mean, in this wireless power transfer, contactless power transfer world, you have a lot of people looking at setting up these massive like solar farms in orbit and then transmitting ridiculous power down to Earth. That's great, but you know what's better is for the same cost, or in fact way less, you can literally deploy solar panels to people's homes. Okay, the top line efficiency may not be as great, but you have far greater resilience. Okay, there's other considerations like battery, like power storage and distribution and all that, but the way forwards has to be distributed. If you have too much centralization, it's more brittle.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Ukrainians are discovering this because they lose a power plant and they have like 50,000 homes without heat and energy. Which is a problem. So,
yeah, and geopolitical stability right now isn't great at the moment.
No, we covered this at the top of the show too. On that, like, do you have any takes on just, you know, non-political, but just talking about like the information, like any takes on the overarching, like we talked from a technology standpoint, but just like drones and more in general?
You mean sort of in defense?
Well, I'll throw a
And
couple at you.
like,
So there's drones. The US just moved a nuclear reactor in like 3, you know, globe masters around. There's talk about nuclear-based propulsion that Isaacman is talking about at NASA, getting that program started up. Just high level, any thoughts on these kind of topics?
well, I think, I mean, genuinely, I think drones and robotics are absolutely winning industries, and we're going to see a lot more of that. There's a lot of great, but maybe slightly too far out there technologies that could be designed or made soon. I don't know how impactful they'll be on a scale. But I do think that drones, robotics, that's really coming. I also strongly believe in distributed energy. I mean, we're looking at like in Europe and in China, so much of our electricity is coming from renewables, which are fairly distributed in comparison to, say, coal plants or nuclear plants, although the French have a lot of nuclear plants. But the French have so many nuclear plants, it's almost distributed again. So I think that's the future. And regarding like defense technology, it's really it's accelerating very quickly due to the threat environment that you have right now. I think there's going to be a lot more conflicts, small and large, coming in the next 10, 20 years. We're going to have this period. And during these times, if they're difficult, but some companies do very well.
What's exciting to me about CPT is I think about the future, and I think there's so much fear mongering and doom around like this AI is advancing so fast, and we're seeing like software companies take massive hits because, you know, now anyone can basically build anything in software, and it's only going to advance to the point where the idea guy can whip up whatever he wants. What's exciting about Impulsor specifically is, you know, this is dipping into manufacturing a lot, and it's a company that's not so easy to break into. I'm not going to say anything's future proof, but it feels like one of those businesses, those business models that's much more future proof than a lot of software. Like obviously you're going to be supportive of the position you guys have had and currently have, but like any thoughts on that, just the technological advancement around software and how you guys are positioned against it?
Yeah, well, actually, I would definitely like to cover one of your implied points there about sort of future-proofing, barrier to entry regarding our business, which is there's certain levels. It's like an onion. And the first layer of the onion, the easiest to get into, is going to be effectively the industrial applications, so the IoT devices, the sensors, the RF. Because I'm not saying that's easy to get into. It's difficult. There's a lot of gatekeeping there, and there's a lot of trust that needs to happen for a deal to go through. So that's probably like the least protected part of our business, which is already very difficult.
Yeah.
I do strongly believe that within the next 5 to 10 years, so we have five years or so to expand very aggressively into RF, because after 5 years, there's going to be a lot of players in the RF CBT game. So our job is to expand as quickly as possible, and that's why we've gone with the best hardware manufacturer, Powercast. They really have the best RF, and that's why we're looking for partners. Instead of spending, I don't know, 3 years developing it from zero, right? We've skipped the R&D. We're going to go to deployment. We're going to deploy as quickly as possible, build brand recognition, and have that, protected market. After RF, you have the other products like MagRes, and everything in between, which is probably like even harder to enter than MagRes, than RF. But the most difficult one is going to be laser and aerospace. So our Fortitude engine and the laser power transfer that we're developing entirely ourselves, so like it's proprietary from A to Z. That's basically that is very protectable. I can't say that it's gonna be totally like just ours, but it's gonna be very difficult for someone else to compete in this space, or like say a multitude of competitors. There are a couple of American defense companies which are exploring this space, and they've been doing it for a long time. I don't know why they haven't released a product yet. Not exactly sure, but I know that our developments are, in my opinion, a step ahead, just in terms of power, size, scalability, safety, alignment. The architecture of our product is superior. So we're moving very quick. So I think that is the most protectable. And of course, software is like the total opposite of that.
Yeah.
Especially now with AI, it's a challenging space to be in.
Yeah, as the Impulsor accountant, I think you guys have a very strong moat here. On that same note, when you think about these blue ocean technologies, it's really important to kind of be the first mover in that. Like we see there's a lot of value drive to the first mover just because of brand recognition, name, pioneering it, innovating it. How are you guys thinking about just being the first to move and the first out there on market? So
I don't know. I usually agree with you on everything. But I don't think first mover is the most important in this space. The first mover was the U.S. government in the 1960s, and so far I haven't noticed any microwave or laser powered products out on the market just yet. In many ways, you kind of want to be the first to be second, because the first guy is gonna go out and take a lot of hits, and they're gonna spend the most money on it. The second guy catches up in the slipstream really well, learns from their mistakes, and then overtakes them. The thing that really
the first to move second.
Yeah, the first to be second it's a good. I mean, someone else might say for a second is the first to lose, but I mean, I think first to be second. It's difficult to say. But I think when people look at a company, they look at credibility, and they look at like proven products. We have a lot of those. A good team, we have that, with a phenomenal track record. I mean, you really can't compare the track record of Patrick to many other people in this space.
No.
You know, he's done it multiple times. You know, literally worked at a company from like nothing and taken it to IPO several times. I don't know how many other people do that. I know Patrick, like,
not many.
Maybe a lot of people look at Patrick and go, he's probably living the high life. This guy is, he's soldiering through stuff. I was in Geneva with him, and I was like, this is a nice restaurant there. We should go there. He's like, no, we'll go to that one. Faster, cheaper. And I'm looking at him like, I think I might get food poison there.
Between
like,
you and I, Roman, do we think Patrick enjoys his life? Maybe we need to sit down with Patrick and be like, are you enjoying life right now? Because you're just on go all the time.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think he enjoys the stress of being in that situation. I think he enjoys pushing himself into that. This guy flies coach.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey Patrick, it's like 6-hour flight. He's like, business class. Why would I do that? I would just fly coach, and that's the startup mentality. That's the sort of mentality you need for a startup.
Yeah.
And that's why he succeeds where others fail, because he literally looks at the business and goes, that is a non-necessary expense. Get rid
Yeah.
of it. That is a necessary expense. We'll double down on it. And so regarding the credibility of a team, that's absolutely phenomenal. Regarding the credibility of a products, tick. Lifefinder, Powercast, MagRes. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's great. The drone's flying, the S drone is flying, the M drone is on its way. The Fortitude engine is, yes, it's a prototype, but yes, it's already producing energy, power out of it. I mean, this is a good shop.
I'm sold, Broman. I'm sold. Nonetheless, I think we've covered all the CPT, so I'll digress on that. One last question for you personally, because it's kind of on this topic of fear and, what survives with this whole surgence and uprise of AI. And are you a Bitcoin maximalist? Do you believe in Bitcoin being the future? We see Ray Dalio recently has been on his fear-mongering campaign. He's been doing this for years now, where he talks about sell all risk on assets, buy gold, buy silver, because everything else is, we're seeing the crack of the world as we know it. I kind of see that. I'm like, well, it's hard to barter with gold. It's clunky, this, and this. Like, he's kind of making a great thesis for Bitcoin here. What do you think about Bitcoin, Roman, just in general?
Dom, I have no idea about Bitcoin. I'm not here. I don't know anything about Bitcoin. I can talk tech products. I can design a product for you. I can sell a product for you. I can market it. Bitcoin, I have no idea. I'm not
Fair
gonna lie.
enough.
I don't know. And I would definitely not be in a position to even voice my opinion or concern on this. But I mean, what do you think, Dom? I mean, really,
I'm not gonna force you to. You're so forward thinking, and like you've just laid out a few theses you have on like the future in the next 5 years. So that's why I brought up the Bitcoin thing.
Oh, no. Okay. So, like, for example, the concept, the idea, about having a way to generate value, execute payments, all that stuff is got to be the future. And we're seeing that with the adoption of a digital euro, with the multitude of new regulations that are coming in to allow it for the ecosystem to work and happen. For Bitcoin itself, I don't know. But this has got to be the direction. And I think that resonates with our mission, which is to democratize power, democratize energy. It works well with the idea to democratize data, democratize, bring value to as many people as possible. And it's got to be the way forwards. I mean, you're looking at traditional financial systems. They are suffering because in some ways they're victims of their own success. And this direction, which Bitcoin is part of, will succeed. I don't know whether Bitcoin itself will succeed, but I know that this is this got to be the way forwards.
Yeah. Do you use Revolut currently?
Yeah, I use Revolut.
Yeah, I think like that's kind of part of the thesis. You asked for my thesis, so maybe I'll just lay it out here. I think, right, you see this transition happening to digital payments, people, like you said, a digital euro, a digital dollar, digital, especially these currencies that are subject to massive inflation. They have black markets, for the currency, et cetera. They're manipulated. I think what we start to see, and we're seeing it now with things like Revolut and neobanks, is the digitalization of the valuable currencies. And then what happens in the countries where the currencies are less valuable is they say, well, if I'm transacting digitally already, I'm already scanning with QR codes, paying with QR codes. Why the heck am I using my valueless currency when I could just use the digital dollar or the digital euro? And I think what happens is we start to see a breakdown of those countries and a centralized focus and shift towards the valuable currencies. And so what I think happens is you get this breakdown. Eventually, everyone's using one currency, which, the US dollar is in the lead for that. But I think what happens is once everyone breaks down into the US currency, they also realize, just like my currency, the US currency can be printed, it can be inflated. And so fiat has this danger to it. And then you start going and transition to the digital golds and digital silvers, which then naturally transitions to something like a Bitcoin. And so that's kind of the thesis I see playing out. And of course, with gold and silver, Grant Cardone's doing the big campaign right now. Well, we have still 91% of the ocean bed to explore, and you can mine a bunch of gold. Or if it's super valuable, maybe we'll start going to the moon to get gold. And like, really, it might seem like there's a finite amount of gold and silver, but the ends always justify the means. And so if gold and silver are really, really valuable, people will find ways to extract more of it. And like we've seen, supply continues to increase. So the thesis that I see playing out in real time is digitization of the dollar and the digitalization of currencies leads to everyone realizing, well, all currencies are manipulatable and not truly intrinsically valuable, and we shift to something like Bitcoin or a stable coin of some sorts.
Yeah, I think there's like, you've laid out in logical terms several steps. Now, the question is, from where we are, how many people are like where we are now, and how many people are thinking like you are? Probably less, right? So the question is, will this sort of marketing education material, would that bring more people along for this point of view? I don't know. I think what you're saying is totally logical. Especially, and I think we're going down that route. And I think this is probably the direction we're traveling. I don't know how forward thinking you are compared to the 100th percentile, the 50th, the 75th. I don't know. But I think what you laid out is logical, and it does make sense to me, and I think it makes sense to a lot of people.
Just don't know how quickly we get there, but like certainly you can see people don't want their assets to be controlled or frozen, right? Especially when we saw the Russia-Ukraine war start, we saw a bunch of assets frozen to the Ukrainians and the Russians, and like little things like that will chip away at people's belief, I feel like, in their currency. I don't know. And I think the Revolut thing is super fascinating because I think this happens really soon, where we see people leaving their native currencies to actually go towards a more valuable digital currency because of the rise of QR code payments and something like Revolut. Like, I just see that happening relatively soon in general.
Well, I think we're definitely going there. The question also becomes then digital sovereignty and who has control of what. As well, in a digital space. So, for example, the digital euro is controlled by, I think it's planned to be controlled by the ECB, the European Central Bank. I think that I from memory, I'm not sure. Don't like don't take my word for gospel, but I think they're planning to control it. So, I mean, in some ways, control could be a stabilizing factor, or it could also not be. And I guess that's where, if it is controlled, then you need to have strength in institutions to prevent whatever, like undemocratic practices or whatever else you want to say. But I think we're heading in that direction. And the question is, the upcoming realities and instabilities, economic, political, military, all of those factors, are they going to push people towards a solution that you're envisaging, or is it going to push people towards like gold and Swiss francs? This is the question.
I don't know. Lots of questions. I just thought I would ask you to get your thoughts, because I remember last time we had kind of talked about this on the show. You were actually in the comments talking about how Revolut's huge in Europe and you use it personally.
Yeah, it is huge, massive. You know,
Yeah.
and even like my traditional bank that I had. So I have Revolut and I have a bunch of other banks, but even my like hyper traditional bank in Switzerland, like I could like digitally buy gold, which is stored somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I could buy cryptocurrencies with the app. I could buy Bitcoin on my regular bank account. I don't know how is that available in the US yet?
Not that I use, just because I'm so I'm so tapped into crypto. I'm not going
Yeah.
to go through my bank and experience the spreads and whatever. But I'm sure there's some options out there. But well, I think that's if you want to talk about the general next steps. I think the next steps really what we start seeing is just big popular neobanks all around, where you start seeing more benefits, usability, optionality for holders, especially in the sense of like DeFi mechanisms, and then more distribution to from the bank you're banking with. Right, currently you get in a traditional bank 0.2, 0.3%, very small percentage of the money that you have in a savings account. I think with the neobanks, you're going to start seeing a lot more of that come back to the user. It's kind of like a competition to zero, of how much a user can get back, because we know the banks are taking so much in terms of they're going and using your money elsewhere, paying you very little interest. So I think that's like a next step. Does Revolut have really good interest on your holdings?
I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that. But I do want to ask though, do you think that whole ecosystem will eventually link to platforms like SOAR, and how would that kind of happen? Do you think there's a way, a mechanic that it would link eventually?
Yeah, I mean, eventually. How soon do we get there? I guess think about the history. So we're probably going to go in the next couple of years. Revolut's just grown so much. We're probably going to get into a more neo-banking thing and situation. And Robinhood's really trying to do this too, where it's like the everything app. You offer equities, private equities, commodities, this, and this, maybe all your banking in one place. So I think that happens quick. Now for SOAR specifically and private equity, I mean, it might be a little bit longer out, but I think everyone really wants access to private equity. That's super apparent to me. Like super apparent.
Because I have a feeling, I need to check this, but I have a feeling that from my banking app in Switzerland with a traditional bank, I think I could buy potentially some digitalized private equities
right now.
Yeah, I think I might have access to that, because in Switzerland we have this fairly advanced, I would say, mechanism whereby companies can tokenize assets very quickly, very cheaply, and then tokenize their equity and then list it for sale. There's quite an interesting ecosystem on there. I think maybe you can get it up on your site there. It's called Taurus.
Do you have a
maybe
link
you can
for
search
me?
it.
Taurus. How's that spelled?
TAURAS.
Taurus.
Taurus, Geneva. Tokenized assets, Switzerland.
Taurus. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm going to share this. Here we go. Taurus right here. This might be it. Pop that up real quick.
Yeah, this is the one, right? So here you basically can come as a company and you basically tokenize your equity.
And this is legal. I mean, it's legal, but it's legal for you to just tokenize your equity right now.
Not only is it legal, I think they got a government grant to do this.
Who's tokenized on here? Like that's super fascinating. If this is already in the works, I could definitely see this being available in directly.
It's not in the works. I know companies which have already done this.
Wow, that's pretty wild. Are you guys thinking? I mean, could you offer already tokenized equity on this platform?
Well, I think so, but I mean, I haven't looked into it. But I guess it's the same as SOAR. I don't know.
That's really
except
crazy.
this
I've
one,
never
I
heard of
think
this.
is direct equity. I think I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. I don't know the space.
Either way,
but
I mean,
it
this
is interesting.
crazy.
So I think this demonstrates that we're going down this route, and I think this is probably the way forwards for a lot of companies.
It's interesting that they've been able to crack this, and people like Robinhood and some of the other big players in the United States have not gotten like legal clarity to do something like this yet, because they have to.
Well,
kinda
you
do
do
work on this.
have you have a lot of states, right? You have a lot of states to work through this. Switzerland is a much smaller country. It can go faster, make decisions quicker. So I think, and also it's a very advanced country. I think it was rated the most innovative country, I think like 11 times in a row or something ridiculous by some NGOs. So it's a very innovative place. And I think probably the most investable place in Europe. The talent here is phenomenal. It's basically an open country. You can come and work. If you get a job offer, you can come and work, add to the economy, and it's that easy. And not to mention, you can speak there's 4 official languages. And you sit on the train, and they'll make an announcement. It's like German, then French, then Italian, then English, and then so it's a very open space country, and it's probably the most investable country in Europe. The talent here is fantastic. Great research institutions, very powerful and strong democracy. It's a direct democracy, and you can see here innovation.
Wow, they're gonna post this on like their website or something. You just talking about it, and there's a strong fervor here from you, Roman. So yeah, this is wild. I don't know. Seeing this is pretty crazy to me. So
it's gonna come to the US definitely at some point. The question is when.
So I would imagine these are just like non-voting shares of a company. Is it liquid? Can I go and trade in and out of these, or I have to?
Yeah. I think it's liquid. I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, look, people want it.
The
There's a lot
question
of
is
money
whether
there.
there's geofencing. Like, is there any geofencing as well?
As in, like, you can only buy it depending on location, geographical location.
Yes. Because I would imagine that they can't get a license in the US, right?
No, I doubt it. I mean, which is why we're trying to work through so much of this regulation now in the US, which I feel like everyone wants it. Everyone's trying to push for it, except we just haven't gotten it. There's all
so
these conversations.
what's sort of like the holdup on the US regulation there? Well, what's holding it back?
Dude, I wish I could tell you. I don't know, but we have the Crypto Clarity Act. We have a few of these things being talked about to be passed. The whole debate around securities. I don't know what's holding them up so long. We were supposed to get some answers, I think, in January. I heard projections of like, having some of this signed and potential changes being made. But I don't know, dude. What's the holdup? Just like you said, I guess slow moving. A lot of people have to green light it and goes through this long process. But they're leaving money on the table.
Do you see this administration doing something about it? I mean, they're quite innovative in this space, right?
I would imagine. I mean, look, you see it's getting done. I would imagine they get it done by, end of Q2, Q3, by the end of this year. I don't know. But again, like I'm throwing darts at a board here. I think they want to. I just don't know what's taking so dang long. I would like it. Everyone wants it, right? Everyone wants it. And there's a lot of money being made. So follow the money.
Maybe we should get Patrick to send this link to the administration or something. I don't know.
If Patrick wants to go do some lobbying, he's more than welcome to. There's a ton of people lobbying for this right now. I don't know if that's where we want Patrick spending his time, but it's crazy. It's crazy. We all want access to private equity, and there are ways to do it. So this is super cool to see, though. Wild.
How does it feel for you like this compared to Soar? Because Soar is a very innovative platform. Does it sort of tick the right boxes compared to something like this? Like, how do you compare it?
No, Soar. I mean, Soar compares perfectly fine. The only issue is, like I said, it's just the legal clarity. Soar is doing what they can to offer equity with their workaround, methods. Of course, ultimately, the goal for Soar, as we know, is just like to be able to offer liquid tradable equities in companies and have the upside on these private companies, you know, that are very low in market cap compared to some like the SpaceX's and multi-billion,
But
multi-trillion
it's
dollar
more like
companies.
a participation rather than direct investment.
Yeah, only because you can't. Only because you can't directly invest. So we know what they want. I think it stacks up nicely, and I think it's really sleek and smooth. The team, they're going to be competing in a very difficult market though, because if we do get this clarity in the United States, best believe Robinhood's going to dip into there. I guess their niche is going to be like much smaller companies. Like you're investing sub 100 million to 3, 4, $500 million, whereas Robinhood's going to specialize, I think, in much more household name companies. Robinhood, along with a lot of these other platforms, I think Soar's edge is going to be we're finding really bleeding edge, cutting edge technologies where you can get in them for 50 million, 100 million, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I guess that's a really exciting part of it, which is the journey and the massive potential upsides, right? Versus something that's already established. I mean, some of these guys, they call themselves startups, but they're like 100 billion invested. It's kind of like a mislabel, I would even call it.
I mean, look at Boston Dynamics, for example. Like they got acquired in 2021 for 1.1 billion, as we just saw. How much money do you think Mitsubishi's poured into it, though? In the meantime, probably, close to that number at least in and of itself. So, how can you even call these startups at this point, like you just said, when there's so much money going into it with parent companies who are so large and massive? Like, you're right. There's a difference. There's really a difference between the CPT startup that we're seeing and the Anthropic startup that just got $30 billion.
Right. And also one thing I would like to add, which is always interesting, but it's the curse of big money. So when a product development team has access to infinite money, you make decisions based on infinite money, right? Like you can plow so much and get so little. There was a European battery manufacturer. It got huge investment, billions of euros, and it flopped because like having that much money actually dries up innovation.
Yeah,
because you're not forced to innovate as much as you would.
I mean, think about it.
I think that's something to be said.
These guys come into a bunch of money that they have large control over. They put themselves on a nice plush salary. They have basically sold, a large chunk of their company. Is it really even their company anymore? And so, there's a lot less vigor and motivation to just build this into the grand vision that they once dreamed of once they have that capital injection. So
yeah, and that's why when Patrick goes flying coach, I'm like, that's a sign of a guy who's got big visions.
Yeah, there's no
past that. He's gone past. He started on first, and he's like, I'm gonna go to coach and execute this big vision. So that's something. I think that's a major point.
Yeah. All right. Well, we covered a lot. We got to chop it up outside of just the CPT context as well today, but I got some notes here. Back on the private, equity conversation to wrap up. It's just like, again, I'm looking at Impulsor, right? And right now I'm looking at on the Soar platform. You can get shares of this company in their workaround way at a $13 million valuation. Like, where else can you get the upside of a company like Impulsor that is striking all these deals, building these partnerships, has the clear moat we talked about, is working on all these different verticals, directionally is aligned, has a great team for $13 million. Like, there would be, and I think it's also because the system is just not proven, there would be funds, venture capitals, and I've even spoke with some of them that would chomp at the bits to get Impulsor at a $50-100 million valuation, legitimately. Like, I've had these conversations, and the people paying attention can get upside on that at 13 million. So I just think it's,
yeah,
again,
I
giving
mean,
me a lot of hope.
ultimately, look, let's say let's just take one section, the most proven section of our business, which is the PowerCast side of the business. We are taking them, so they are concentrating on the US. By the way, I actually have some deals for them in the US, and I'm working with them. So it's not like I'm excluded from the US. But they're concentrating on the US. We're doing the rest of it. So
This went over a lot of people's heads.
Yeah, like just that, which is like 30 million units sold in like whatever period of time. I think the majority of the 30 million units were sold like in the last 24 months. So just that alone, in one silo of our business, and we're taking it global, I mean, that's already a huge success.
Yeah.
So I don't even know how you value it, because you asked me to value it. I can't value it.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
No, that went
big.
over a lot of people's heads. I mean, when you look at what PowerCast has done strictly in the United States, and you're now taking the distribution that we just described and talked about on the show largely to everywhere else, and somewhat in the United States, 30 million units in the last 2 years. I mean, even if you guys replicate that success at a quarter, half the level, that's up for discussion. That alone puts a perceived value of the company, I would imagine, well over what it's trading for. So, like, there are opportunities. What would you say to the people that see you guys developing? They're not used to Web 2 traditional finance companies and the rate at which they move. They think everything in crypto land moves at every 2 weeks. We have updates like we see with OpenClaw and all these just fast moving, fast pace. In reality, that's not how private equity and companies like this work. And in fact, you guys are doing really big things. I just think it's hard to quantify to a lot of these people. And so you don't maybe have a fair value traded versus what the company's actually worth.
I mean, Dom, if you take a Venn diagram, right, of people who are like crypto native, I mean, people who know real companies, it's like a fairly small kind of group, right? Which you're one of them. So congratulate you.
Thank you.
But like even myself, I know a lot of traditional companies, businesses. I've done everything from design products, file patents, all the way up to door-to-door sales, digital marketing, all that. I don't know. I'm not crypto native. So even me, I'm, so that sliver of people is quite small. And there's a lot of discovery to be made. And I think if we look at our chart, a lot of our movements were, let's say, like price movements, volume movements were announcement heavy. But as we progress in the coming weeks, months, and beyond, which is the usual timeline for companies, a lot of these companies take months, years to do the stuff that we've done. We are moving so quickly for a traditional company, and we're going to continue to move quickly. And I would just recommend to keep an eye out, and when you feel comfortable about the team, about the project, about the products, about the SOAR platform, when you feel comfortable with that, I think it's all there to be discovered, and it's just a matter of time. I think the first time that someone is going to prove the SOAR platform, I think it's going to revolutionize all of the companies. Because I don't know, like, have you spoken recently to the rest of the projects? What do you think, Dom?
I speak. We have. I mean, I speak occasionally into the projects. Frankly put, SOAR. I'm not really interested in a lot of the projects on SOAR outside of Impulsor. Just to be truthful, as a investable company. I think it's Soar. And I saw the one, there's a gaming studio that's very niche in terms of what they build. And I think they have a good
Come on, Dom, the glamping.
Yeah, oh, that's right, the
Tom.
glamping, the
Dom,
innovation.
Come on, I love
You
glamping.
you
Come
love
on,
the
surely.
glamping? I am a
Yeah.
glamper. No, not to throw shade at anyone, but yeah, really, the only project on there that's like super investable to me is Impulsor CPT, and it's all I hold from the platform. Still bullish on what Soar is going to bring.
My wife got some glamping tokens.
Really?
Because she's been telling me we need to go glamping, and I'm like, yes. So we did we didn't research it. Maybe it's a phenomenal product. I didn't research much of it, but I saw glamping. I was like, glamping, gotta do it.
You taking a trip to Africa anytime soon?
That would be a dream. But no, it's I think the first company to really demonstrate and prove the Soar platform, I think that's gonna change things. What do you?
That's the key. No, that's 100% the key. There's a barrier. There's clearly a barrier, and I think Vibu from Solana Foundation put it very clearly. I believe it was Vibu, but it's like we're seeing tokens that should be represented much higher in market cap, trading at just brutal, significant differences between real fair value and what they're actually worth, because the platform in between has not been proved out. And until we get a model to prove that out, there's going to be that lack of trust. And I see this as an arbitrage opportunity because I've talked with Tom. I trust the Soar team. I think they're building something really cool. I'm excited for the future. And so where I think I see that, a lot of people don't. And so once, like you said, it gets proven out and the model's proven out, they can say, oh, wait a minute, there's some really valuable companies on this platform that have been held down and restricted just due to the vision not getting proved out. And now it's proven out. Well, there's a massive arbitrage opportunity here. Personally, I'm just executing on the arbitrage opportunity now because I see this happening at some point where I think others are waiting for that to happen. And I think just they're generally boxing a lot of these companies into the crypto box. When I'm looking at them completely differently, people are getting impatient. They see Bitcoin dips and they sell a token that's pegged against USDC. And for me, it doesn't make any sense because this has nothing to do with the crypto market fluctuations. So it's actually sort of a hedge against the crypto market. But I think the answer there, like you said, is once this model gets proven out, you'll quickly see a repricing of the products on the platform.
And what is it that we can do as a community? Because I think this is a community-wide effort. I mean, Tom, Soar, those guys, they're great guys. They pragmatic solution. They find solutions. What is it that we can do all together as a community? Is there like some sort of community call to action that we can all contribute to this?
I mean, outside of just showing support and distributing content like yours and showing that there are smart people that believe in this vision and platform, I don't see much, right? I think it comes down to again, like people are doing lobbying, people are trying to get some of this stuff legalized in the United States and surrounding areas, and I think that's what it's going to take. Or it's going to take, and again, this is not really community centric. Like you as a community member, maybe you can go and do some lobbying for Soar and whatnot, and that'd be great. But most people won't be able to do that. So the best thing a community member could do is, I would say, just distribution, like what MCG is doing, taking these clips, like what you guys are doing, taking these clips, just letting people know what's available, and it's the best solution we currently have. Outside of that, I think the best actual solution, like you said, is proving out the model. So it's going to be something like CPT going and closing a fundraise at $100 million, and people are like, wait a minute, okay, I see CPT's valued at $100 million by these funds. Even if we are going to trade at a discount because the Soar model is not direct equity or it's not completely proven out, you would still see a reprice from the $13 million up to a maybe 30% discount, 20% discount, whatever. Again, the caveat there is you could even say maybe it should be trading at a premium because on one side, you don't have access to the equity. On the other side, the only way to get access for some people is through the token. So maybe it doesn't even trade at a discount. So what can the community do? It's very hard to say. Just distribution, getting the word out there. What needs to happen is fundraise or liquidation event.
Do you think also there's a potential of crypto, these platforms, in a way becoming a route for more people to get involved that aren't yet in the know of this space. Like, there's got to be millions of people that haven't yet come aboard, and maybe the barrier to entry for a lot of people, like, for example, I think we all have some uncles, right, which either have bought Bitcoin or a bunch of uncles which are like, I'm never touching that because
Yeah.
it doesn't have material like use,
versus
a platform like this that maybe should be targeting that uncle
Traditional.
that hasn't bought Bitcoin, right? Sort of like traditional marketing, I guess.
I think just enabling private equity to people through crypto rails is going to be one of the biggest onboarding events to crypto we've ever seen, because we know these people want access to private equity. Are they going to be willing to hold a stable coin and use a crypto platform, or use a platform that they don't even know is crypto? The rails just happen to be crypto, to onboard them on into crypto. And once they find out, oh, wait a minute, I'm using crypto, maybe there's something to it. Totally. I think it's one of the biggest onboarding events we're going to see, which is why I'm so happy to see that these tokenized equities are becoming liquid and tradable only through crypto rails. There's no other way to do it right now. And I love to see that, because I think that onboarding event's going to be massive, because the average Joe, the average traditional person, knows about Anduril. They know about, Kalshi. They know about Polymarket. They know about SpaceX. They know about the big ones. That's kind of like the onboarding, the first taste. How can I invest in these? Okay, the only way I can do is through this platform. I trust it. It's proven. It's got crypto rails, but I don't even know that. As long as I can get access to these private companies, I'm in. Okay, wait a minute. I'm in the app. This looks cool. This is, what's it, CPT Impulsor. Okay, well, this is trading at 13 million, but I see they have these patents. I see they have these partnerships. Let me invest in this. And then you're in the rabbit hole. So I think step one is giving them a taste. The onboarding is going to be largely due to these household names that are private companies coming on. Once they find out they're on crypto rails, I think it'll loosen them up to the idea. Well, crypto is good for something. I have access to these cool companies. What is crypto? What is Bitcoin? How do I create a wallet? How do I control custody over these things? And they go down the rabbit hole. Yeah.
All right. Got it. So Dom, what are you doing to target my uncles?
This is so weird, Roman. I'm in like the hot seat for once, and I don't know how to act, dude. What am I doing to target your uncles? You're not gonna like this,
because
man.
we have to get them on board, right? We have to get those sort of guys who didn't invest in Bitcoin and crypto because they don't see any real world applications for it, versus us and the other SOAR companies who are actually doing like real stuff. Like, I'm gonna go back to the glamping guys, Ubuntu glamping. They're doing real stuff, right?
They are.
That's got to be valuable.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually probably some level of arbitrage on the token versus actual revenue they're doing. Now, people are very, 95% of venture money right now is going towards AI. And so, and like that frontier technology. And so when you see something like glamping, it's much harder to value. Patrick talks about it all the time. Timing the market is so important. I think, and this is not answering the question at all. It's just going on a tangent here. But Impulsor, when it comes to timing the market, like, it's such a good time to be an investor in this technology. Whereas I look at something like glamping, and it's like, well, it is a lot of money flowing to, tents, nice luxury camping in Africa. I don't know.
You know what, Dom? I'm gonna have to call them up, and we're gonna have to do some sort of CPT application for them.
Maybe, yeah.
I think that's the takeaway. That's the real takeaway from
that. Would make the glamping vertical much more valuable. No, how do we target your uncles? Well, I think I just laid out how you target your uncles. You make it super user friendly, and I think you start with the big boys. We talked to Tom from SOAR not too long ago about this rollout they're doing, and they're rolling out a mobile app that's not going to target crypto natives. It's going to be just like, and they have some really good guys that are doing the rollout of this and the marketing side of it. And they're going to be doing something like Robinhood did, where it's like sign up for $5 of a random stock for free. Of course they have, yeah.
What's the right term for this? All right, yeah, I'm very bullish on that. That is a very, very good move. Especially because I think one of the issues is a slight, if I may say, a slight lack of communication on the SOAR platform itself. We're very, I mean, especially from us, we're very reliant on X on you guys. We're super thankful for that. And I think a mobile app will boost that a lot. Do you know any specifics on that app?
We had a call with Tom, and he explained everything he could. Specific on the apps, outside of it just being super stupid simple. They want it to be very user friendly. It's not going to be targeting crypto folks. It's going to be targeting, Web 2 guys that just want access to private companies. And I think that's the way to do it too. Like frankly, there's a subset of people that trade within the crypto markets, and for this to actually go mainstream, you have to take it mainstream. You have to take it to the Reddits and the traditional people that are buying penny stocks and dabbling in that direction. Specifics on the app, no, I know they're going to keep it very simple. They don't want to overload these people with information, and they're going to have some sort of program where it's like, okay, sign up or sign your friends up, and both of you guys get $5-10 in a random stock as like a little customer acquisition mechanism there. I don't know much more than that, no, or at least much more.
I mean, that's such an interesting way to do it, and actually, this is a very well proven way of attracting new customers, especially if you can weave in some social media aspects. Like in China, they have those platforms, right, where it's like Facebook married to Amazon all in one.
Mm-hmm.
And they get phenomenal sales and interest and just a lot of eyeballs on screen at the same time. So that's a massive move for Soar. And I don't know how you're feeling about it, but I'm
feel great about it.
That's amazing.
I'm generally unbothered by the short-term price action of Impulsor and Soar and like this whole move of private equities on chain. I'm unbothered by it because I know what's going to happen, and if it takes a little bit longer and people want to freak out and want updates all the time, like they're fine to do whatever they want personally, but I really couldn't care less because I know what's happening. I think it's a great move. They also have the head who's heading up the marketing, and I have it in my notes somewhere. I would just have to scroll back far to find it. You guys should go watch that video. But who's heading up the marketing, the same guy that did the Amazon Alexa campaign. So they have the resources, as well as they have someone on the team that did something very similar in terms of like a Kickstarter for startups, where you got equity, I believe. And I don't want to butcher the details and spew out names and stuff I can't fully recall, but they have a really good team that's set up for this. And I think they could really break into mainstream, which is what I'm interested in. And that's where your uncles can get involved. And frankly, what I'm doing now is positioning before everyone's uncles have the chance to invest, because surely someone's going to realize at some point that there are these companies on here that are trading at a significant discount.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Amazing. Thank you.
Okay. Well,
So
I'm not going to keep you longer.
Questions for once.
I enjoyed the discussion. I think we had a good back and forth here, and we learned a lot about CPT. What I think is going to be the answer for a lot of people is because you and I can have these conversations. We can understand the long-term vision. We can understand loosely like what a value of this should be. I maybe talk to some funds personally, like you said, you did the Venn diagram. There's a very small sliver of people that have the mix between traditional finance and Web3. And for those few people that fit in there, I think they can see the vision. For everyone outside of that, they need numbers, hard proofs, things that'll say, okay, I can tie a real value to this based on this. I can talk to due diligence teams. I can talk to funds. I can see what these patents are worth based on similar companies that have patents and what they're valued at. Not everyone can do that. I think for them, the answer is, okay, Impulsor literally went and raised at this valuation, or Impulsor struck up this deal worth X amount that's going to drive this much revenue to the product. And once they have those numbers, now they can quantify what they think to be a fair value. They don't have that, so I think it's very difficult for them. And so the only people that are accumulating supply right now are the people that are in the know, like you said, and the people that are paying very close attention. Once Soar, I think, becomes more popular, well, that's, of course, when your uncles start buying, they'll see it, and naturally you're going to get that effect. But you said a lot of stuff about Impulsor that I think was fascinating today. You guys are innovating on so many verticals. You guys have this beautiful moat. Said so many times, but I'm excited for what you guys are building. Roman, I appreciate you coming on. Any closing thoughts you want to give the people?
No, it's a pleasure to be here, of course, as always. And if you guys want to register your interest in one of the products, that would be phenomenally helpful to us.
How does that help you guys?
we are building up basically a database to say we have interest from XYZ number of people, which just increases the gravity of the project, basically.
Interesting. Interesting.
Not to mention that soon we'll have, we want to have like a database of people that are interested in a product like the M drone, for example, because fairly soon, if you go on that page, you'll see the timeline to when we will launch a consumer product, and then we can offer that as well. So the M drone will be a consumer product as well. It's a quadcopter consumer product. You'll be able to buy it. I doubt anyone would be able to buy the S drone that's laser powered. I think, you know, it might cost like 200K, maybe 500K, depends on what configuration you have. I don't think many consumers are gonna,
you know, we got some good
type
viewers.
something in and a truck arrives with like a massive generator, diesel generator, a laser turret of 4 kilowatts, and a massive plane. I don't think it, but the M drone, I think a lot of people would be very interested in that.
Much more practical, much more fun. And so question on these numbers, the more signups you have, the better data collection you have, and then you can go to these customers. It helps in negotiations, I'm sure. Are these like, are the vanity metrics the main thing you want? Okay, we had 100 people show interest, 1,000 people show interest, or is it more so like actually gauging the interest of your customer? I'm just trying to understand what the most
yeah, so basically, so regarding the like letters of interest or interest lodged or whatever, that kind of bracket of information is important for any startup to have in ammunition when we are discussing to get registrations for certain things, funding rounds, sales, negotiations on manufacturing. All of that is important. We have quite a few of them already from big companies, but it's not like there's 1,000 big companies out there. Right?
You know,
so we're like doing it one by one.
Trying to think of campaigns to get people to go and just sign up, register, show their interests. Maybe
and it's a bit of fun, you know, just engage with us, you know, just it's a bit of fun, engage with us. There was a section of the website that's going to go up shortly as well, which will on the mobile version, it's already available. It's basically like an AI tour guide. I think maybe I sent you a link a couple of months ago.
I've tried it
like
out.
an alpha. Yeah, so there's like now a mobile. I think it's only on mobile, maybe. So you can have a chat to Ember. It's our AI tour guide on our site.
Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Impulsor.com. Let's just see if I can get that on deck, because I was looking for that.
This is what it looks like.
Oh, here, let me pull up the stream.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so you can chat to Ember, and Ember will guide you through our site. We are, I would call Ember right now in a beta phase, but we'll be upgrading her knowledge base to cover more products, to allow people to have a conversation with Ember about the project in detail, in a way, kind of log everything that we've spoken here.
Got you. Yeah, so she can answer all questions regarding the technology and
yeah. At the moment, it's a little bit restricted, the knowledge base. So she knows things like about Patrick and that Patrick has sang mode slogan.
She's up to date.
Yeah, but there'll be more coming.
Got you. Okay, real quick, run through some questions in here for you, just because we got you now. So, what financial tools or products is Roman most bullish on? Anything you're most bullish on, financial tools and products currently?
Regarding, I mean, SOAR, obviously. I mean, it's got to be the way forwards, something like that. Right now, of course, we have that participation model. Because it's US based, so it's a participation model. as you saw earlier, we showed a real equity model from Switzerland, Taurus. And I hope that at some point regulation might allow something like that in the US. I mean, what do you think, Dom? And
No, I completely agree with you. So, hypothetical question here. Not saying I think this is going to happen or want it to happen. Of course not. But what happens if SOAR does go down? You know, and you have this equity that's tokenized on there or pseudo equity. Is there a way you would ever like do a snapshot and say, hey guys, we still got you with the equity. You would just have to, like, maybe if CPT separated from SOAR or anything happened to SOAR, would you somehow still honor the equity that people have, or have you even thought about that?
What I have not even thought about SOAR going down. There was no doubt in my mind.
Me either.
At all about that. I will speak to Patrick regarding that. I would say Patrick is very honorable and thinks about our holders. I mean, I think there's a quite a lively holders chat community that Patrick is always on.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, no. I mean, I never doubted SOAR's stability, let's say, but
yeah,
we should think about that. Actually, Dom, we should think about that.
Just a hypothetical, of course. I'm with you too. I have zero doubts over SOAR stability. Actually, the more I talk to them, more I'm like, this team is just really solid, and I've done the vetting. But some people may have reservations, as we've talked about. The platform's kind of the part that makes this either trade at a premium or a discount to what it's actually valued at. And if people have guarantees outside of SOAR, maybe that reflects in terms of.
I just don't know how that's even done in a legal framework. Like, for example, if it was Swiss based, like if the SOAR platform was Swiss based, then those are protected because those are that's equity, like legitimate equity. On the SOAR platform, that's participation, and I don't even is there even another platform that offers something like that? I mean, how would you even
there are a few emerging.
How would you like translate that to another platform? I don't even know.
Well, I guess the current equity amount is held in SPV by SOAR. If SOAR goes under, that equity would still be held from them. So in order for you to, I guess, make good on the equity to everyone else, you would have to
you would have to hunt people down also. These are like people around the globe. We'll need to find them.
For the digital holders, you would just do a snapshot and they can transfer. I guess the issue there would be, well, you've already given this equity to SOAR. So if SOAR goes under, they still hold that equity despite not having.
I think this is a question you should ask Tom next time you get Tom on the podcast. I think you should absolutely ask Tom that question, because I think that's more of a SOAR question right now, because I don't have clarity on how that would work mechanically.
Well, how I understand it is the current equity is held in an SPV owned by SOAR, right? Is that how I'm understanding it? And then what happens is that any liquidity event, they can choose, or they have to use that for legal purposes. They say the word choose, but they will then distribute that if there's an acquisition, merger, whatever it is, that cash to people who hold the token. So yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I don't know the answers. I was just curious to hear what you guys had thought about that, but kind of leads into our previous conversation about, okay, well, maybe the SOAR model needing to be proved out is what's holding the value of CPT at its current level. And so if SOAR is a factor, people might want I don't know.
Yeah, we need to. I think we need to speak to Tom, and we need to speak to Patrick regarding this, and get clarity on how that would work in the most extreme of situations, basically.
Yeah. It's a sticky conversation to have, because it's not like we believe this is going to happen at all, or we foresee it happening. It's just some people want to know. So Mr. Crypto Jones, or Romaine Lettuce in this case, says, where are you manufacturing?
Yes, we are manufacturing in several locations. Basically, there are products being made in the US, components being made in the US, components made in China, components made in the European Union. They arrive to assembly points those assembly points are US, and then we're establishing one in Switzerland. There's obviously an assembly point in China, in Shenzhen, obviously. So it's a distributed manufacturing because there's so many products.
Sweet. What else do we have? You've answered this before, but maybe just touch on it real quick. Is PowerCast affiliated with Impulsor? What's the relationship?
Okay, so the relationship is quotation marks strategic partner, and we are basically commercializing their technology around the world.
Got you. Yeah. So, yeah, good. Okay, I think that covers it for the most part. Patrick said we'll figure something out. Yep, I have a lot of faith in you guys personally, and I think a lot of your supporters in chat does too. But fair question to ask, I feel like. So, always a pleasure talking, Roman. We will be keeping up. Anything else you want to leave the people with?
No. I would like to say Happy Chinese New Year, maybe a day late to Patrick. I believe he said it's the is it the year of the horse, right?
The year of the horse. That's right. Yeah.
The year of the horse. It's it's metaphorical, considering we're all about watts and power. So I think it'll be a good one.
CPT is the fastest horse in the race. All right, Roman, we'll keep up with you.
Thank you very
man.
much, Tom.
It was a pleasure.
Take care.
Peace.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, boys. We lost Josh. He was feeling he's been a little sick. He's not feeling great, so we lost him, and it turned into just a conversation with myself and Roman. But it was a nice conversation. I think. Look, when you get to pick someone like Roman's brain, you do, right? You take the time to do it. So we learned a lot about CPT, and we learned a lot about Roman and his beliefs and thesis on direction where we're going. Really interesting stuff, guys. There were some big updates. Some big updates here. I'm just looking at my notes, and it's a lot. I'll try to summarize them real quick for you guys. So the smart sensor and IoT, we have potentially a multi-billion-dollar deal with a household name that's in the works as we speak. Roman seemed confident about that. They have the LifeFinder distribution deal as well, which is, I believe, 95% of the way done, unless I'm mixing those up. I had some issues earlier when I brought that up. They have the S-Drone demo, or the M-Drone demo, still shooting for mid-March. They revealed a bit more on the M-Drone today. Lot going on. Smart Sensor has already made sales. Roman said he was working on some sales in the United States. They've distributed 30 million Life Finders. Excuse me. PowerCast has distributed 30 million products in the last 24 months, roughly. And now CPT has the ability to do that outside of the United States and even inside the United States. So bullish nonetheless. I don't think I really need to get in into my thesis more, guys, but we talked about it right now. You see venture capital, you see funds, you see very educated investors look at CPT and look at competitors and say, this should be valued much, much higher. But in fact, we have an on-chain valuation of 13 million. And so you have to look at that and say, well, is this an opportunity for arbitrage? Can I take advantage of this price? I think it's super obvious. And I continue to buy, I continue to add, and continue to hold unfazed by time frame. It's a long-term time frame here. I don't care for anything to happen in the next year or two. It's just I'm going to hold on, and I think we have a good opportunity here. So what happens to prove out CPT? I think you get a few answers, right? For the average person to understand it, they need to close a massive deal, and the numbers need to be transparent so people understand it, or they close a fundraising round at a disclosed valuation, and people are like, oh, well, then this is the fair value. That makes it very easy for people. Outside of that, there's of course going to be some nuance to it. You just have to be able to, do a little bit of due diligence. So that was Impulsor. Really, really fun conversation. I don't want to make this too long because Roman gave us a bunch of his time there, and I appreciate that. But I want to run through some stuff, and then I'll let you guys go. So let me see what's important. We were talking about lobbying a bit. Hyperliquid launched their lobbying group, Hyperliquid Policy, which is led by Jake Sharavinsky. Hyperliquid Foundation to seed it with $28 million of hype fortune. So again, people are lobbying. We see the base team doing a lot of lobbying, and I need to pull up my screen here So you guys can see that. Yeah, we see the base team doing a lot of lobbying. We see lobbying going on now from Hyperliquid. It ties back into the conversation we just had. We're going to see these regulations come to the United States. Everyone wants them. So that's pretty cool to see. In other news, we had maybe one of the worst updates of all time from Zora. Okay. Zora's received investments from base. We know they're pushed heavily by Jesse. What are they thinking here, guys? Oh my goodness. The world's attention market is now live on Solana. Quite possibly the worst move. Okay, I'll play this with volume. Nah, I won't. Quite possibly the worst move we could have possibly seen by Zora. This is so stupid. We saw Ben Pasternak try this and fail. I don't know what Zora's doing. They got all this investment. They have all this push. They have a ton of pool. And they decide to do creator coins and lean into streaming, which failed on Pump Fund, which failed on Zora. This didn't work, so they decided to pivot to Solana and launch, what do they call this? What do they call these markets? They decide to launch attention markets. Attention markets are so stupid, especially in the form of like a trading liquid market. If anything, attention markets are going to work in the form of prediction markets. But how do you even trade attention? I think I made this point earlier. Ben Pasternak did this, but let's say you went a long and short Pasternak. What's the attention going to look like on Pasternak? Okay, imagine Pasternak becomes the president of the United States. He lands on the moon. He invents he creates AGI. He invents some sort of solution for world hunger. What happens? Ben Pasternak's popularity trades at 80%. Like there's no 100% result. There's no way for these markets to get to 100% or to really gauge the impact of attention. Because when you have all the attention, how do you keep, there's a ceiling, right? There's a ceiling. So this is the most stupid update I've ever seen in my life. Let's see some of the categories here. And I haven't actually clicked on the website. I got to click on the website. And I think we saw incredibly terrible performance by this. I'll tab over here. Yeah, we saw a day after launch, the top attention markets on Zora are sitting at $40,000 market cap. Didn't these guys raise like 60 million? So yeah, these guys raised a ton of money. They abandoned Based. They're basically saying it's kiboshed. And the top attention market is sitting at 41K, which is attention markets, that's probably peaked out at this point. How much attention can you have on attention markets right now? This is the most attention it's going to get. Second, you see clavicular. We know clav is popular, and that's at 13K. So like these attention markets, they make no sense whatsoever. Absolutely no sense. So terrible move from Zora. And I don't mean to pile on because everyone's saying this, but this was my unique thought before everyone started piling on. But let's just read some of these comments because this is something else. And, of course, I'm in there. Anyone remember what happened last time someone spent 8 months building these attention markets? It was Pasternak. It failed miserably. Unfortunately, Pasternak's punching air right now because we just saw Zora cannibalize $20 in weekly volume that Pasternak had just one shot at the $20 in weekly volume for these markets. People are happy that's on Solana. Please stay on base. Jonah's unhappy, unfollowed. Gross. Noise launches on base and you guys run to Solana. You realize it's an app, not a chain, right? Yeah. Zora is one of the worst projects in all of crypto. They have clearly shown their true colors by not even being loyal to the community that treated them with decency. Send Zora to 0. Yeah. I mean, this is bad. Let's just look at Zora. What is Zora trading at? Oh my goodness. How is this thing trading anywhere over close to $100 million? What is going on? This is a $213 million FDV. Wild. $100 million circulating supply. And of course, every time they get a team unlocked, they're selling into the chart. So you're trading against Zora's exit liquidity pretty much on this. But yeah, trading at 100 mil, not sure how it's even possible. Yeah, let's send this closer to like 10 million. And that's even being generous. But for the pure brand recognition of Zora, I'll let it go to 10 million. But you have Impulsor trading at 13 million. And then Zora, who's, pioneering the most. Let me stop, guys. Let me stop. So yeah, that's Zora. Had to hit you guys with that. Really bent my mind seeing what the heck they were building because it's just absolutely so stupid. Umbra released this cool little video. Tracked, targeted, tortured. On-chain transparency has a price. You shouldn't have to pay it. You know, again, directionally, we need to see a better on-chain environment in terms of privacy. It's going to come. It's going to be integrated everywhere. Is Umbra going to be the answer? Are they going to be the person that like brings this to the market? Maybe, maybe not. Let me stop sharing. Let me reshare this so we can watch this video together. Gonna wrap up shortly though.
They were held captive inside this housing.
It's a great video. It's a great video, super compelling by Umbra. And of course, we had JW on not so long ago to talk about Umbra and his thesis on that. But yeah, look, privacy is a right. It's coming, and Umbra could be the people to do that. So just keep your eyes on it. But that looks sick. Conway is another one that's been really popular. I could talk about this. I'm probably not going to, honestly. Sigil launched this Conway, or I'll keep it brief here. Sigil launched Conway, and people basically touted it as the next AGI. I built the first AI that earns it. Jeez Louise, I'm getting tired, guys. I built the first AI that earns its existence, self-improving and replicates without a human. Wrote about the technology that finally gives AI right access to the world, the automation, and the new web for exponential sovereign AI. And so essentially this works. Everyone's going crazy. Oh, he's got AGI. Some people say it's just AI slop. Some people think it's the future. People are saying, okay, you know, clearly agents to agents are going to have their own rails. X402 is going to be big because of this. So you got a bunch of people having their own opinions on this. You can even mention he quotes open X402 here, shows how that's going to work from agent to agent in terms of payment rails. But yeah, I don't know. I just felt like bringing that up. Not much to say. It did really well. I'll pull up the Conway chart for some context. But I heard some smart people say it's just slop. Some smart people say it's the future of AGI, but it did run from next to nothing. I don't know what this is, 120,000, maybe even lower, to 10 million. It's now on a bit of a dip to 3.9 million. So that's the Conway chart. Yeah, I don't know. Take it how you want it. Fitted closet just migrated to bags. Let's see how that is actually playing out. Let's look at the fitted chart. Fitted just migrated to bags, and oh my goodness. No, this is the wrong one. I was about to say that's doing absolutely horrendous. I was about to be kind of nervous for my bags because I do hold fitted. Here's fitted. The real chart's not looking great. I will say this was a pretty pretty rough launch. Not gonna lie, can't sugarcoat it. Can't sugarcoat it. Come on. Pretty rough launch. I'm not sure what happened, if there was a liquidity problem, but it spiked all the way up to 3.9 million, 4 million, and then came down quickly, of course, because it was just trading at like 500K, 400K prior to migration. I think 60% migrated, leaving 40% of the supply back in the team's hands. So I'm assuming this was just low liquidity, spiked up to like 3.6 mil, right back down. Now it's trading at 412K. Again, compared to what we see, it's one of the better like projects, I would imagine. Came out of Believe ecosystem, has a ton of users. It's mega viral. It's actually growing. I would love this to be equity. I would love to invest in equity in this company at a 400K market cap. That would be great. Now I'm not sure if you can value it at 400K now, but I do hold. I thought we could at least get a little pump. It's probably going to be pushed by bags quite a bit. So we'll see. But you can see their Twitter here. Fitted is a high growth fashion app with a focus on making it effortless to digitize your closet, style yourself, and make money off your clothes. Fitted is the native currency of the Fitted Closet app and will be the core lever to drive usage and engagement of Fitted Closet. We welcome Bags app and all new holders to the ecosystem. You can see here, in 6 months, they've onboarded 600,000 users. Yeah. Some updates. Reed said, earn fitted via daily streaks and engagement. Don't love this. mean, I think it's good that they're implementing the token, but this is just going to cause sell pressure. But he did say something really interesting that I want to highlight as well. Who are the best pre-seed / seed investors who are investing in consumer apps? Something is cooking with a company that does 1 billion daily impressions. Can't say more yet, but timing is perfect. Okay, so you can see Fid's clearly working on something with another big company here. We have him coming on MCG Live, by the way. Not sure what happened to this clip. Oh, it got updated. We have Reed coming on, by the way, pretty soon. Where is the last project to eat fee rewards? Dog, we got 750K downloads. Where is it? Come on. Someone mentioned something about where, I think Damien posted about it. Let me see. Where is he, bro? Let me stop sharing real quick. I want to find his tweet. So I'm just gonna have to go into my DMs real quick to see. Get his profile. Okay. Because I believe he posted about this. Bear with, and here we go. Okay. Let's see. He replied to it, one of the two. It was a comment that Reed made 3 hours ago. Wow. Damien comments a lot. Couldn't find it for you guys. I'm this deep in. I might as well just see it through. Jeez, Damien, you went on a comment spree here about 3 hours ago. Come on, come on. Looking for Reed. How long ago was this? 10 hours ago. I feel like this is around where it's going to be. Either way. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. He quote tweeted. He said, Alpha. Will fitted holders earn rev share? This is it. Will fitted holders earn rev share, or how can token holders benefit from the growth of the company? More on this soon. Very nuanced, but clearly talking about rev share or somehow holders benefiting on the growth of the company. So we'll see. More on that soon. Could be bullish for fitted. Keeping eyes on it nonetheless. What else do I have? No, the Conway thesis. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, we're good. Gonna call it there, boys. Yep, gonna call it there. We had a great conversation. I leave here again bullish on CPT, more bullish than I came into it. Sounds like they got a lot in the work. I just think it's gonna take some of these material numbers for people to realize. And I'm very tempted to bid more. It dipped all the way down to a $10.4 million valuation. It's now back up at around 13. We're in a nice zone. I'll show you guys for context the chart. Why not? Before I dip out. Also, we'll show you guys the weekly schedule for MCG. Appreciate you guys hanging with me this long. CPT. Here it is. Yeah, so just to show you the range we're in, I'll just go on the daily chart, but we've been holding this range for quite some time. Literally just holding this range, just dipping. I'm probably going to set more stink bids down here. If we get down here, I just execute. I can't look at this company and think that it's worth anything lower than 50 to 100 million. Very, very bare bones, low valuation. And it's sitting here trading at 13 mil. So the only reason I could see it trading this low is, again, just because people are unsure of the structure. The debt repayment program, the DRP standard, SOAR. Because I could see this thing trading on private markets and people getting so excited for it. I mean, they have so many products they're working on, distribution deals that are really good, big partnerships, great team. I don't want to become a CPT shill here, but it seems so obvious to me. So one of my big bets, and I'll continue to add to it, I guess. On the schedule, boys, let's go to highlights. And let me find this week. Here we go. So for the remainder of the week, boys, today was Wednesday. Yep, we had CPT. Tomorrow we have Work 402, and I believe we filled this with somebody else. So that'll be fun. X402 project on base. It's done really well. It got some good traction. And then following him is going to be Self-Claw, which is another base project, Self-Claw. It launched just the other day. It's pretty popular, so we'll have them on, see what they want to talk about. And then finally, Friday, we just have Trader Radio featuring Jones Ryder from Left Curve. So fun week ahead, boys. I appreciate you guys coming on. Appreciate you hanging out with me. Catch you later. Stay lit. Stay strong. All this will pass in due time. Peace.